Welcome to RISBA University Faculty of Architecture and Design Bachelor Student Thesis Defense presentations. I personally welcome our students, faculty, supervisors, reviewers, parents, and friends that have endured and supported this effort. I also thank our distinguished jury for participation in this committee to evaluate our student work. So I'll introduce the jury. Linda Leighton, committee chair and former LUS chairwoman. Ola Vig, he will arrive at 12, but he is aware of your work and will be evaluating it as well, but he will arrive today at 12. Anders Groberts. Yes. He's the vice chair and principal partner at Archis. Gunther Grickmann, committee member, senior architect at Sarme Norde. And Helvis Savitskis, committee member, architect, and teacher, Innsbruck Institute of Experimental Architecture for the last 7 years. And of course, Anna Zena, our committee secretary, and faculty administrative assistant, which will be introducing each student today and taking care of a very important aspect of today's presentations. Today, we'll have 11 students presenting. We have scheduled 30 minutes for each student, and the committee secretary shall announce each student. So when you are announced, you come forward, then state your name, and then the title of your project. Each student will have 8 minutes to present, and at 7 minutes will be given a signal to complete in 1 to 2 minutes with their closing statements, okay? Reviewer comments and questions shall be read by the committee secretary following your presentation for the jury to hear. And then the jury will be given 15 minutes for their comments, who also will be given a signal when we have to complete our evaluation. It's important that we stay to today's schedule. This allocation of 30 minutes is very important. So thank you for your attention. We will now proceed with the first presentations. Thank you.
And let's welcome the first presenter, Evita Andreja, and introduce her to her topic.
There's a very big suicide rate among young people in between age 15 till 19 years, and there's the highest rates in suicide rate is in Baltic countries. And then I was doing the research and asked therapeutic specialists, is there a need of specific therapeutic center for young from age group from 18 till 25 years. And she said there's no like this kind of center in Baltic countries, and that is very necessary because to have integrated environment. And at the start when I was doing my research where to create this therapeutic center, I was choosing between two sites. One site was located in the city, and other site was located in the rural area. And I understood that in the city there was a building which I wanted to recreate, but after the research I understood that in the city there's more stressing factors, and then the rural area is more place that is better for this environment because rural areas provide privacy, quietness, and connection to the nature, and supports as ecotherapy and sensory healing. But urban areas, they has good accessibility, but often there's noises and different overstimulating factors, traffic and crowds, and yeah. And when I had this interview with a therapeutic specialist, she mentioned important therapies which should be in this building, and from her thoughts, the best location would be in the nature because there's much more possibilities for the different kind of therapies. For example, ecotherapy, how I mentioned before, and how I said, she also said that there is necessary of this kind of center because there's like young people have dealing with different problems than people in their 50 years and in their 60 years, and yeah, and it's very important to understand that it's not only about the vision what we see in the architecture, how we are integrating with environment. It's also about what we feel, what we smell, what we can hear, and if there's some things that we are not comfortable, then this is not the environment. Maybe we have something to change. And these are the pictures from the site what I have chosen in Kraslava region in Ezerniek, where is located the therapeutic center. And I also did the case studies, and one case study was in Switzerland, and then the second was in the UK, and third one was in Denmark, and I tried to integrate all the elements in my architecture as natural materials, which are healing element as well, and have biophilic design and warm space with warm colors as much as vegetation in architecture, and having inside courtyard. And it's important to understand what's in the environment, the stressor factors, and what are the healing elements. And usually the stressor factors are noise, lack of privacy, disconnection from the nature, and cold, unwelcoming environments. And healing elements are biophilic design elements, natural materials, greenery, water features, and having zoning for privacy and multi-sensory engagement. And this is the region that I have chosen. It's like an island. It's actually near is the building is located on the top of the hill, and here is the main entrance, and inside from the courtyards there's three entrance as well, and next to the building is planned the parking spot. And when I was creating this building, at the start I had like 3 volumes, and I put it together, and the most important thing are the courtyards. And each courtyard has their own meaning. The courtyard in the middle is a therapeutic courtyard. In here there's for the sport activities, because this is active zone, and here's like sport hall. And this one is transition courtyard, because here is administration, and here's like more technical things happening. And then I created my inner therapeutic center zoning. The clinic is private clinic, and it is for the only customers, and this is like customer zoning for private, semi-private, and public area. Of course, it's not open for public, but this is my inner zoning. Yeah, and there also I divided the rest therapy and active zones. And in the bubble diagram, you see that there's like main 3 courtyards, and the planning is divided. That on there is the bedrooms. There's more rest zone, and here's more active zone, and here's more therapy zone. And in exterior, I used natural material wood, and the main element is the inside courtyard, and it's important to have a safe, create a safe environment. And this is the position of the building. And yeah, as Winston Churchill once said, we shape our buildings and then they shape us. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Evita. And I will now read your reviewers. Social and cultural panel, diploma in social sciences, Jonas Burchel's review. He has evaluated your work positively, and the positive qualities of the A part. The general content of the research thesis in part A of Evita's bachelor thesis is utmost importance, and she draws excellent conclusions based on the dramatically said appearance of the regional situations in the Baltic states, especially the near to entirely neglected target group of the young people with psychological challenges, is not only excellent but also very necessary. The chosen information sources are relevant, and Evita concluded very important interviews, conducted very important interviews during her research. The given conclusions are relevant and significant. The disadvantages, the work lacks a bit of accuracy, and the choice of used research sources is slightly doubtful according to the theme's significance, relevance, and also sensitivity. As example, I'd like to emphasize that the use of certainly non-scientifically approved methodologies, Feng Shui, doesn't support the acceptance of the often neglected theme. However, the need of the research is far more important than this minor weak point. And the positive qualities about your B part. The design and the conceptual ideas are very well interpreted, and the functional practicality, especially given the sensitive target group, are well thought of and meaningful realized. Master plan and ground plan outline are exactly according to the needs of the users and of the institutions. Disadvantages. The landscape design in the outer surroundings are a little bit poor and have obviously slightly neglected. I'm afraid that the venue needs obviously some parking places as well for the staff, the users, and even more for the visitors. And the reviewer has posed some questions. I will read one of them. Please more carefully explain your idea of the emotional well-being by architecture. How can design promote even more healing process, especially of young adults?
So thank you for the question. Young adults, in overall, everyone needs, they have the same healing elements but have children and adults. And the scientific research showed that nature is the element that always heals. And well-planned spaces can reduce the stress. And yeah, that's all.
Okay, and then there's another question. How does the author think about the general access to the property? Furthermore, to which extent can the general public and the users meet each other, either in the surrounding environment or also within the public areas of the institution?
So there is road going to this plot. The plot is 6 by 5 hectares big, and it still should be developed. But there's road where there is an access to get there.
Okay, I will now proceed with the jury members. If you have any questions.
Yes, so I'll let the jury proceed with comments, questions.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for presentation. It was quite a journey. Still, probably we could have some kind of explanation about the general plan and the general logic behind this. I do feel that extent information regarding the whole program, the whole functional scheme regarding the building has been elaborated, but there's so less information regarding what is happening in the courtyards, and probably have some kind of idea which you couldn't, I don't know, show right now. Probably you could just tell more about it.
Thank you for your question. The inner courtyard, I wanted to stay as much natural as it is, like untouched environment, and I wanted to create a feeling what you can see from the window from the room, and that was the idea to have this place untouched. But yeah, the main therapeutic area and the sports courtyard is open because there will be different sports activities also, and then yeah, that's all.
But what is happening all around the peninsula? We do see that it's in a remote area. So you think that most of the people will stay in their rooms, or there's some kind of activities also? Because we don't see nothing in the general plan, how you imagine this. They're taking some walks, some sport activities, maybe some kind of campfire, or how it goes.
In the planning, I have also inside, I have swimming pool, and I have also the gym, and there's for the outdoor activities for yoga and other ecotherapies in the sports courtyard. Yeah, outside should be more developed. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. I will leave my colleagues to some comments. Hallie? Andrei?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm absolutely curious, how did you find this site? Why next to the border? Do you have any relation with the Ezagniek or Kraslavas region? That would be the first question.
Yeah. At the start, I was doing the research in two places in Anatolia, and one site was in the Traki, where the landscape was similar to this one. And I understood that Traki is very much touristic area, but I thought this landscape is very unique, and I was researching the similar kind of landscape, where it's different islands that around is surrounding with water, because water is one of the healing elements, and that's why I chose this site. And this is not a very touristic area.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a weird microphone that doesn't amplify. I definitely find the site as one of the most beautiful sites in Latvia. The road in between Dagda and Kraslava, where is Raznas National Park located, starting at this moment at Ežezags and with the most islands, it's definitely a remarkable place. And your theme as a mental health facility is absolutely crucial. To look at it again and then again, because oftentimes in Eastern Europe area, the mental facility and mental health facilities have been used in order to oppress people. And only last 30 years, we are getting back and developing our understanding of this importance, necessity of these buildings and infrastructures. And then comes inside the question, why it's so far? this would be exactly the momentum that, yes, nature is there, yes, it is beautiful, yet it is important. Right next to it, closest city to your area would be Dagda. 15 minutes other way drive is a school for disabled children needs, direction Kraslava, and it's located in the middle of the forest. And this would be laying a small criticism upon the project that we are slightly isolating the people who might need to have this, this help.
That's what we do in Latvia.
This is what we do in Latvia. I would rethink about this, but I truly understand your arguments on the presence of the nature. And this is one of the most healing places of Latvia when we look in a post-seaside society where we can find some beauty. And my question would be, what is your decision process in the window placement in the facade or framing the nature?
Yeah. So thank you for your question. I forgot to mention that the roofs are a little bit higher because there's a placed window from the two sides to have as much natural light as possible. In the private rooms, I have smaller windows to have more like private space, but natural light from two sides. And then in the public places, I have more open windows to have this view to this beautiful courtyard. And yeah, did I answer your question?
Okay, thank you for a story. I have one question. Do you know on the other peninsula there is some existing building which was in previous times like a pensionat or something like that? Do you know them? Where it is? In Ezernieki?
Not really, not sure.
No? There was one. There were one complex of let's say touristic complex, and are you planning this also something which make this object more open to integrate in the let's say, well, that's the same question about what Linda asked and what Helvis asked, because it's looked like a bit separated from the society, like on a peninsula, and then you don't know exactly what's happened around the building. Or are they somehow in a prison? Or, how you open them to the surroundings and to society? You have some ideas about that?
Yeah. So thank you for your question. At the start, why I chose actually in this place, it's because the focus area, focus group are all Baltic countries because they all have a big rates of suicide. But and so Latvia is in the middle, and that's why it's located there. But why it's so isolated? Previously, I thought it would be a good idea to have a more open space, place where you can escape. And for me personally, when I'm going to the nature where is nothing, I think my mind is more open than in the cities. In cities, I feel like more busy in my thoughts, so stressful more. And then, yeah, that's
But they will have possibility to use all the space around the building.
They will have possibility to use space around, but there's very important thing like safety. To have everyone should be
Control.
Yeah,
Some helping.
kinda, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much from my side. First about the topic, and also for the chosen way how to solve or propose to solve this problem. I guess it's really good idea to have this environmental healing, to use the environment as a healing tool. From my side, there are two questions exactly about this one. Since I don't know the area, actually haven't been there, so please, could you please explain more about the what is that environment, those elements of environment, what are they on site? And you said also that in courtyard there are untouched natural elements. So what is that environment? Is that some kind of forest or meadows or something like that?
It's a meadow, what is untouched inside the courtyard. And around the building, there's forest next to the water. And
Okay, now just I'm looking at the pictures. There are scattered forests. That's why my
Yeah.
question actually.
yeah, actually, there should be much more trees next to the water.
Okay, and the second question is about what kind of therapies are used in such places. What comes out from your research? Because if I'm looking at the plans, there is more like I don't know, hotel or something like that. It's just guest house.
Yeah.
And then what are those therapies besides I don't know, yoga hall or something like that?
Thank
Thanks.
you for your question. When I had the interview with specialists, they said that it would be nice to have the place which is more like hotel, not like separated house for the clients, and the rooms should be very much like the functional they can use for different kind of therapies, like also art therapy. The ecotherapy is a nature-based therapy when you're integrating with nature, and then
So there should be some particular rooms for doctors also coming there, and there should be some staff, or just everyone is performing as he wants.
here is the medical rooms. Here's for the staff administration.
Okay.
And I have also the swimming pool and gym where like go to the yoga and then yeah.
And excuse me, but if you were at the plan, what is that dark gray area in between those administration rooms in the first floor?
So I wanted to create this house like there's a ground from the topography, and I didn't like there's just not empty, but there's a ground. So around there's 2 floors, but inside the courtyard there's 1 floor. And
But under the building, there is a second floor up above it. I'm speaking about.
this one?
Yes. No.
High ceilings.
No. In the first floor, dark gray area. Yes.
Yeah, yes, what is
That
that?
one.
This is the ground. So I wanted to have like in topography, there was a hill, so I didn't like cut it. Then, yeah.
So it's just open space, yeah? Area. I mean air. Outside area.
There's no outside area. There's like nothing planned inside.
It's a basement of the,
Okay.
it's a foundation.
Okay.
There's
sorry,
no,
sorry.
no, yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Evita. I really appreciate this project because of the need, and that this is sort of serves like a pilot project in one sense, because what amazed me that there isn't a facility like this already in the last 30 years. And which is more than amazing. It's terrible, and so it's really, so I appreciate this project from that, and also the research and the decision making you made to finally come to the actual site. I agree that the more information on how you plan to develop the outside of the site for walking and for sitting and for, so that the actual residents can not only have the courtyards, the thematic courtyards I like as well, and I think that is a very good way to organize those courtyards by having themed activities and then the landscaping also to reflect that. And then also, the last thing I wanted to say, or is basically a question, did the, in your interview with these specialists that are working in this specific area in Latvia, did they bring up anything about, or their recommendations regarding location versus city or versus rural condition? Thank you.
For your question. In the interview with the therapeutic specialist, they said that the best location would be in the rural area because there would be less stressing factors. Because like in the city, there's more like factors which are disturbing, and yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Evita. I would like to call the next presenter, Linda Elisa Broca. And I would like to say that her scientific supervisors' names are Liena Šiliņa and Julia Žakemo. Please, Linda, this. I can also read the topic while they're changing the boards. The topic is the role of cultural and community centers in the community development, the case of Olaine.
Yeah, it is okay. Yeah. Oh, why don't you tell us something mazliet skaļāk, jo, lai mēs varam dzirdēt. Daniel, tomīgs mazliet skaļāk, jā, paldies.
Hello, my name is Linda Elisa, and the theme of my thesis is the role of cultural and community centers in community development, case of Olaine. So my thesis goal is to analyze the impact cultural centers have on the community development, as well as access to the cultural activities and the cultural activity attendance and community involvement. Then, based on the analysis, to propose a solution for a multifunctional cultural center in Olaine that meets the needs of the community. This topic is relevant as the cultural centers are essential to community life, offering space for learning, artistic expression, and social interaction. In general, there is a decline in participation in cultural events with a growing preference for digital formats, and maybe enhancing the functions of cultural centers could attract a broader audience and increase the cultural engagement in general. And specifically in Åland, the feedback from residents highlighted a desire not only for cultural activities but also for lifelong learning experiences and opportunities, making it an ideal moment to combine culture and education together. So for the study methods, I have used literature review, case studies, where I was examining various cultural centers both within Latvia and internationally to explore their design features and available activities. Also demographic analysis to understand the needs and interests of potential users, and then site analysis. And continuing with site analysis, as I mentioned, the site is in Åland. The Åland is positioned along the railway of Jelgava-Riga, and there is mainly one entrance into the city. In the context map, we can see surrounding infrastructure, such as schools and recreational spaces. These existing institutions could collaborate with the proposed cultural center. And the site itself is surrounded with apartment buildings and some small businesses, mainly some small shops. And right now, the site is used as an additional parking spot for the nearby buildings. My concept is to create a flexible, adaptive space that meets the community's needs and also allows smooth transitions between different environments. And the idea behind the building form was to take three main functions, which each represent a cube, and then subdivide them into 9 square grid, and then shift them each by 1 grid. And then it's making for greater flexibility and also create more opening for the sunlight. This site plan, the building is placed almost in the middle of the plot, allowing for green spaces on almost all of the sides. On the upper part, we have more of a kids' play area. There we have 3 paths, which is like a path that has changing levels. And inside of that, we have just some activities like slides, swings, and the yellow dots represent dedicated places for basketball court or football court or small tennis court. And on the lower side of the plot, we have more like a simple park with seating areas. So the first floor plan, the first volume has the main entrance, and from the lobby it is possible to go either to a cafe or anywhere else in the building. Volume 2 has the multifunctional hall, which can be used for exhibitions or performances, and the third volume is dedicated to library and workrooms or seminar rooms. And here we can see the multipurpose hall configurations. For example, for the exhibition, it can be partially opened where the wall against the window is closed, So they have tailored atmosphere for exhibitions. It can also be totally open, so the light can come in, or fully open, meaning that the inside and the outside is combined. And for the event configurations, it's possible to make it fully enclosed or partially open, which also meaning the event can be inside and also outside. The second floor plan, the first volume we have workshops. They can be for painting, embroideries, or even pottery. Here the walls are also movable to create a big or smaller places. And the second volume, there is a balcony that overlooks the hall that is below. And on the third volume, the library continues upwards, and there are more additional computer, work, or lecture rooms. And here are the workshop diagrams. It can be fully opened, mostly when the space is not used, partially closed, or fully closed, and you can decide how big of a room you are needing. So, sections. The first floor height is 3 meters, and the second floor walls go up until the roof. Facades, the highest point of the building is 11.5 meters, and the slope of the roof is 9 degrees. So it's a wooden frame house. Yeah. Wooden frame house with insulation, and the facade is ventilated. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now read the reviewers. Your review as Master of Architecture, Dacis Kalvanas review. Positive qualities. The author of the thesis has comprehensively analyzed the creation and development of cultural centers, looking at examples in several European cities, and has also tried to understand how cultural and community centers are able to balance the practical needs of different groups with innovative design approaches, where accessibility and inclusion are the main priorities. The student paid particular attention to ensure accessibility and development of room program that address the practical needs of diverse community groups. The disadvantages: there are no significant objections or disadvantages of the thesis content except for the accuracy and precision of the list of references and the lack of description of the mentioned authors. And the positive qualities in the B part: the proposed cultural center in Uolaina is designed to serve as a multifunctional space that meets communities' cultural, educational, and social needs. It will provide an accessible environment with flexible spaces for workshops, exhibitions, performances, and social gatherings. The core focus of the design is multifunctionality, ensuring that the spaces can easily adapt to different activities and user requirements. This adaptability allows the center to accommodate a wide range of events and functions. The organization of the flows in the territory and the functional planning of the building successfully address the multifunctionality of the cultural center. Disadvantages: the cultural center in general has the character of the landmark in the urban environment, which is not readable in the architectural proposal of the Uolaina Cultural Center. Despite the successfully solved functional planning, the architectural volume of the building is not convincing. The spatial solution of the building volume follows the shift for the squares cubes in the ground plan, creating three interconnected volumes. The architecturally constructive solution of the volume connection is not convincing. And the questions data is provided. Is a cultural center a kind of landmark in a community? If so, why is this aspect not addressed in the thesis?
I'm not sure if I was planning to make it as specifically a landmark. I just how to say. I just wanted it to feel like it fits in the place, and a landmark would be something that you come into Åland and you say, oh wow, I'm in Åland, but you cannot just accidentally get there, so I don't believe it's a landmark.
Okay, there's another two questions. How it is planned to solve the rainwater drainage problem from the roof and the glazed roof of pergola, as well as in the territory?
To solve the rainwater drainage problem, there are hidden drainage passages along the facades, and for the pergola there is a downspout with the infiltration into the soil. And for the plot itself, there are these I don't remember how they are called, but these plastic things that you put into the ground before you put on the soil.
Okay, another question. How it is planned to ensure the energy efficiency parameters of the building?
Through the insulated roof, walls and the floor, and that minimizes the heat loss.
Okay, thank you. I will give the word to the committee.
I'll let the jury comment, and I'll just close with some comments at the end.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for the project. I'm always curious how the case studies are chosen, since I mentioned that there are huge cultural centers in your thesis.
There are bigger and smaller ones, and I chose them just as I chose the Latvian case studies. I just wrote a city and the cultural center and went through every one of them, and the most interesting ones and the smaller scale ones, especially the one from Austria, I believe, I put in the panels.
Well, my question was because there was a trend in the 100 years ago, in the late 30s and also in the 60s and 70s, to build the new cultural centers. And now, since the population is declining, except this particular city, town, I suppose, then there's a tendency not to build new buildings, but to use and expose existing ones. So maybe your comment on this.
Yes, I could have rebuilt the one we already have, but there was already a plan to make a new one and a more advanced one. So this would be my proposal for that. And not always the old cultural centers are usable because of the state they are in. And the one that's in Åland, it's practically gone now.
And the last one is about the program. Since Åland has already a functioning center, what is the idea behind the functional program regarding this particular value? How do you choose the functions and how do you think it fulfills the needs for the community?
So the existing cultural center, there's only the traditional functions like going to watch traditional dance or singing, but at the end of the 2023 there was not like an interview there. Some people sent in their thoughts on what to improve in Uolaina, and there was they were asking for more things that people of all ages can do, more activities, more lifelong skills. For example, like the painting courses, because nothing like that is available for anyone else except for the students that are in school.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass. Elvis?
I was slightly in a shock to know that there is already a cultural center in Uolaina. I think this is a very crucial moment in your project and your decision to do another one in a way to change the identity of the whole Uolaina. I just checked out how it looks like the existing center, and I must say the level of brutalism and of existing center is truly embodied in the Uolaina. You are shifting and trying to change the identity of it. I am not sure if it's going in a successful direction. Oftentimes we should not deny the identity where we are, but to try to work upon that, to work upon the context, to work to see what have happened, and maybe keep on the tradition, even though the tradition might be not in the best shape, but it's still a tradition, and one could keep on working on it. Yes, the existing center is activities that are happening right now. There are, as you said, slightly basic, right? But the space is relatively large. The volume of the previous center would allow a lot of possibilities. And maybe with some easier configuration of the existing center, maybe with the small attachments, you could have even stronger statement upon how we could work with the Soviet Union building process identity, and maybe trying to find some qualities of it. And that would be truly the challenge. And there could be a strong statement of the project as you're inventing a new kind of identity within the city center, within all of this partly closed block. I am not believing it, I must say. Nevertheless, the more precise you would be with the functions, with the new types of functions, what could happen in the new house, the more qualities you could get out of the new building. And for that, you would need to look much more closer to the community who is living there. I'm a bit lacking also who lives there. What exactly these humans would need to have in 21st century. What the shift have happened and how you could implement the community development. I think that the initial idea, the theoretical base is strong and good, but the problem comes in the translation of this idea into the form.
No questions.
I'm sorry,
Just,
Just
explanation, comment. Okay, thank you. I will have smaller questions to you, more in detail. First of all, I would like to hear something about architectural composition of the building, because you have different slopes of the roof, for example. You have different sizes of windows and different rhythms of windows, and something like that. Could you explain a little bit idea about architecture composition, about composition of facade, about composition of the volumes? This is the first question, and will be second.
So the composition of the facade, I followed the 9 square grid. But it's divided in these bigger pieces, and then I divided them again in the middle and again in the middle.
And why?
Just to create some kind of rhythm. And so for the first floor, I chose the smaller windows that filled up the space between the wood panels, and for the second floor, again, one part of the window goes above the smaller one and then fills up the rest of the.
I liked very much your idea about flexibility of the building. Yes, the first floor is much more open, very open. You can open the wall to the nature, as I see in the plans.
Yeah.
And but the facade shows a little bit close composition with the smaller windows. How it works together? It's you. On one hand, you want to open, on the other hand, you make a small windows. Do you have any idea about that? Or the composition of the rhythm of its main thing, or? And you have also on the ground floor, you have only one door. There is no, in our climate, with one door is a bit.
On the ground floor.
Sorry.
I have one floor.
No, yeah, but no wind. This. No, kas ir angliski tas veitvers. Jums ir taisni durvis uz āru. And there is also a question about control. It's nice to be open in all sides, but how you can control people who goes to multifunctional hall in the middle, in the, let's say, evening. You have any idea there will be some stuff to control entrances, or?
It's a brave new world.
Brave new world, yes. Without any.
The community is controlling everything.
Okay, very good. Yes, but these are small practical things, you know. It's also it's our life. We have to follow these small practical things. And the next question is, you have a building in the park. And I see this is a very flat grass area, and you put the flowers in the concrete boxes. What's the idea? You didn't plant in the nature these plants, but you put in the concrete boxes. What is the idea about that, please?
I just put the flowers to make the seating area a bit more colorful, but I didn't think to put the flowers, around the.
No special idea about that.
Yeah.
You want to support the concrete producers or something like that.
I'd like to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for previous questioners and commenters, because actually it's very convenient for me to be one of the last questioning, since my questions are already stated. I can a bit widen or try to change some questions and ask you still. One is about the community. Even not speaking about the old existing cultural center and so on, but since your work's title is the role of culture and community centers in community development, so development of the community and the role of this center. So there have to be some involvement of the community in the starting of this cultural and community center. So my question is about your work. Did you communicated somehow with the community of Uolaine, with neighbors living next to this new cultural center? Actually, this question was already asked, but just yes or no, or how the program you are putting there, is there any ideas of neighbors or that community exactly being planned to be there? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Some interviews with neighbors or so about the plan or about the program of community center.
Specific interviews with anyone, no.
Okay, and then following up with Andres' question about the architecture and composition and facades, your explanation how your image of this building fits in the area within these new buildings, within Soviet time apartment buildings. Is it the composition thought to be together, like a opposite, or just complying with this? Maybe you can explain more about this. Thank you.
I wanted the building to stand out a little bit, but don't take up too much space that it's overwhelming for the people who are living there, so they don't have to see something huge out of their windows every day that blocks the.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. First, I want to say I agree with the comments and had similar questions, and I just have a question about an architectural question. You know, when I was looking at the sections here, and you have these zigzag sections, where you have opportunities for obviously clear stories, or since you have a very deep building, you can bring light in. So is that section correct? Is the vertical part of those zigzag sections, those are black, or are those glass?
Those are not glass.
Yeah, okay, but why did you consider, because the building is, the inner part of the building would really benefit with daylight if you, of those type of, in that type of section, I'm almost expecting that is glass to bring light in. So can you comment on why you did not make that glass, or
I'm not really sure why. I don't really have an explanation why I didn't. I thought about it, but then I just thought that the sun from the sides of the building would be enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's really important, like when when working in plan and section, that you think about that, because that's a great opportunity. That's what the point I'm trying to make about bringing light in, particularly into deeper parts of the building. And then the other thing is, yeah, about identity. You know, I've thought about Orla, and I think about Jelgava, where I want to identify what is the center, or what is the place of coming together in those cities. And when there was in your research or in discussion with your supervisor or others, what was the strategic reason for deciding not to give a facelift or some sort of rejuvenation to the existing center versus coming in with the new center here at this, basically this square that nothing is happening, right? Because currently it's a square that is just, it's junk space. It's not really being used. So what was the decision-making to do that here?
Well, because I don't really. The existing one, I would be scared to like ruin it too much because there is almost no window space. And if I wanted to make it even bigger, there are like the small river really close, and then the ice hall really close, and then I can't expand it too much for all of the new functions that I would like to bring into Woline.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that the city itself is thinking about doing a new one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did they come to that conclusion, and where are they proposing to? What are they proposing to do with the old one?
No.
The new function, and where are they proposing a new one?
They are proposing the new one also in this spot, but much bigger with a big concert hall, and they are also pulling in the music school and library, which we already have buildings for them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay. And the last or comment question is, when you're placing a building like this on a site like that, there's two ways to go. One way to go is an object in space versus volumes that are sort of framing a square or a plaza. And I just see you have, on one of your elevations, you sort of show that little plaza area and the transformable space that allows you to unite the inside and the outside during the summertime and stuff like that. I think those kind of thoughts are really good, but I think to make a place or to give an identity to a specific place, I think that the integration of the building into the site, rather than just plopping an object in the space, it would have to sort of also try to frame a place that they could identify as a square that is part of the park. And so those are just things to think about. But thank you for the questions, answered the questions regarding what the city wants to do there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask for the next presenter. The next presenter, Magnus Gutre Lund, with his supervisor, Helena Gutmane. The topic of his work, affordable student housing and urban integration.
Not right now, but when you present, yes? Microphone will be here, but you can take it on. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Should I start? Okay. I'm Magnus Lund, and I'm going to present affordable student housing and urban integration. So basically, my location for the project is in Bergen, Norway. It's the second biggest city. And the city has 7 districts, and my location is in Bergenhus, which is the downtown. And here's the project area. It's with a lake connected to the sea. And the downtown is right there, so it's super central. And here is how the area looks today. And the reason why I chose this specific spot is because it was a real competition in 2021 about creating a new city park in beach. And the reason for the competition was that they cleaned up the lake. It was really polluted, and they wanted like a new place to like connect with the sea, because it was really polluted and it couldn't be used for any water activities before. And here is just photos of how it looked before. And now I'm going to talk about student housing. And the reason why I choose that I want to add student housing at the spot, also doing landscape, is because it's a severe lack of housing in general in Bergen. And in 2024, it was 3,200 people in the waiting list for student housing after the semester started. And it's around 40,000 students in Bergen, and it's only 4,800 student apartments. And now I'm going to talk about the most important findings from the part A. So I figured out that students are key players in the rental market. It's over 300,000 students in Norway competing for housing in the private rental market. And this competition drives up the rental prices and availability for other vulnerable groups, such as low-income families. And also, purpose-built student housing can help stabilize the market by reducing pressure on private rentals. Also, a bit about the affordability challenges, about students living in student housing. They are a bit cheaper than renting on private market. And also it creates like a divide between some people, because some students need to work to pay the rent, while others can get help from parents. And yeah, the role of purpose-built student housing. The housing management by student welfare organizations offer affordable and high quality tailored to students' needs buildings. And the current student housing only meets 14.6% of the demand in Norway, and the goal is to achieve at least 20%. And yeah, that's basically it. And now I'm going to talk about the site analysis and what is around. So basically, the plaza is located here, and the building number 1 is basically the Bergen train station. So there is a train line going directly beside the plot. And the building number 2 is a shopping mall. And number 3 is the biggest city garage. It has 3,000 parking spaces, and it's basically where people live outside the city, and if they go by car, they will park here. And underneath it is the Bergen bus station, and there is like all the buses coming. And there is also a tram line going here. This is like the main tram line. It has a stop here, which will be the plot, the stop mostly people will access from. And also it has another tram line here, but it's coming from a district with not so many people, so mostly people will enter from here. And then it's a big cargo station here, high school. And the universities are quite close to the plot, the biggest universities. Everything is like in, I would say, walking distance. And when I looked at the plot, I figured out that it's a big like barrier from the cargo station and the train lines. So if you're at this villa area here where many thousand people live, you need to walk all the way around. So I want to make a bridge. And yeah, here is just to show there is like a new bike and pedestrian lane here going through the plot. And the design parts, so basically the concept for the landscape was to create like an adventure road going through the plot with different activities, which makes the plot attractive. So for example, see the program. So I want to have like an activity area with volleyball pitches, a promenade, and leaving to student housing, some viewpoints, outdoor gym, playground, bridge, and sauna, floating docks, kayak rent, and cafe. And here is just the master plan with the student housing. So the idea is that it's only going to be accessible by foot. So they need to walk to this promenade and walk in here. But if there is emergencies and for a cargo delivery, they need to use a car. They can also use the pedestrian road only for that. And yeah, why I decided this idea of the student housing is because of the central location. It has excellent connectivity to transport. And a survey I found and used in my part A, I found that like student ranks proximity to campus and city center and friends the most important factor for choosing living. And since I'm making a park, it's going to have great access to green spaces, which is good for stressed students. And also, there could be a risk for it to be a bit like abandoned in the winter months when it's cold. So the students will most likely keep the area alive, especially during the quiet winter months. And yeah, here's just another drawing. And when it comes to the ground floor, it's going to be the main access from the promenade. And the program I wanted to have like open corridors with like places people could meet and sit and chat. And I wanted to be like transparent to the courtyard. So it's going to be easy to interact with people, to socialize in the student housing. So basically, if you see some friends here, you can just, if you sit there and read a book and you see some friends here, you easily can join and see them. That was the idea. And yeah, I have a public cafe as a corner for visitors of the park and students, and a library for the students, a gym for the students, and just some reading area, study area. And yeah, here's just a drawing to try to show how it would look-ish. And the apartment layout. I tried to make one kitchen for every 8 apartments, one common kitchen. And the idea was to place the common kitchen in the end of the corridor, so it would be like no dead end. So it could be like activity on every corner. And the standard apartment size is like 23 square meters. And I got the inspiration for Tietgen Collegia in Denmark, the Tietgen dormitory. And I wanted to have like more like flexible parts at the corner, so you can choose where you want to place your bed, and maybe you want a sofa or another desk or bigger closet, you can choose. And there is also 2 extra apartments which are bigger, maybe for PhD students. And yeah, for the 3rd floor, I wanted to have at this side, I wanted to have like a common rooftop. And with the basketball pitch where they can interact and enjoy the great views. And the idea was to have like terraces on every floor to get like a lot of light in and to get better views. And the idea is we're going to be like exterior staircases going here, and then you need to go inside and out again and go exterior staircase there if you don't want to take the normal staircase inside. And yeah, I also connected it with a bridge, so you don't need to. And here's just some views. It's not that good, but I tried. And here is some potential risks of the project. The risk of the project is that the building housing only for students could create a divide between students and other groups in the community. And the solution for this was to try to design shared spaces like the cafe where they could interact. And yeah, there is also a risk that the building made so close to this lake could harm the ecosystem and increase pollution. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I will now proceed with your reviewers. Lena's Schillinger's remarks about your positive qualities of your A part. The topic is explored in depth from various perspectives, economic, social, spatial, and others, leaving a thoughtful impression. The attention to the presentation of the text makes it easy to follow. The research largely meets all the requirements of a bachelor thesis and gives a valuable insight in the topic. The disadvantages. There are minor imperfections mainly toward the end of the thesis, such as the few word choices and use of the first person. There are also unnecessary gaps before some subchapter titles. The title of the thesis could be more elaborated to better capture the full depth of the work and the positive qualities of the B part. The urban analysis and solutions are well thought out and effectively presented graphically. The building has a clear structure and the movement of the sun has been carefully considered in the massing of the volume. The site is narrow and squeezed between the train tracks and the waterfront, presenting numerous challenges, all of which the author has addressed quite effectively. The disadvantages. Although the scale of the building is highly functional, it appears somewhat too large. The building would benefit from more detailed design elements. Additionally, the scale discrepancies between the drawings, plans, sections, elevations make them slightly difficult to read. One part of the building is angled, and the author has chosen to continue this angled direction in the interior layout, which presents several challenges. And I'll proceed with the question. Does the author identify any potential risks associated with having separate housing for students as opposed to integrating them into mixed communities with other groups?
Well, I would say that it's probably a risk that the area could be like too studentificed, that the other people visiting the park could like feel that the students are like taking over the whole place. But I tried to like integrate to make like a cafe in the buildings for both, and that was the plan.
Okay, another question. Which amenities in the building are shared and how do they enhance the living experience for residents?
The common kitchen and the public ground floor. And what was the last question?
How do they enhance the living experience for residents? How do they
Enhance?
like
Improve.
Oh. Let's go to the next question.
Okay. How did you approach design of the individual living units to ensure they are functional and comfortable for students while optimizing the use of available space?
The idea was to take the reference from the Tieskin dormitory and to have this flexible part and where you can choose where you want to place your bed, and you can add something else where you have your closet and stuff.
Okay, I'll read another one, quick one. How do architectural solutions of the proposed student housing promote a sense of ownership and contribute to students' productivity and also encourage social interaction?
For the social interaction, I believe that the open ground floor, the open corridors with views transparent to the courtyard will interact social integration because they will like easily to talk to people, and if you sit and read a book and you see your friends outside, you will probably just go and interact with them.
Okay, thank you. I'll give forward this microphone to you.
Please, Jury.
Hi, Magnus. I remember you from the last year. All group from the last year where you designed student community housing in Finland, and I was expecting some kind of upgrade in terms of I don't know, functional planning, etc. What I find interesting in your project is extensive analysis of the site and also the landscaping regarding the waterfront. What I don't find exciting, and probably you could explain more, is the connection between the first floor and the waterline, the coastline, which is so generic that maybe you have some kind of ideas behind this. I do find that also in previous projects, the connection between the landscape on the first floor and ground floor, or in terms of general plans, is so generic that it has to be explained. So please.
Can you make it a little shorter, the question? So I didn't get it all. Like,
What happens on the first floor, how it connects with the waterfront?
oh, with the first floor.
Yeah.
So basically,
Yes.
so basically here I'm gonna have like cafes and benches where people can sit, and then I wanted to have an opening here because the students and also other people can visit here, and I wanted the library to be like for both people, for both students and visitors, so they could like access, and to make it like a place where people can socially interact and enjoy the view, and have like staircases here where people can sit. That's basically it.
What is that land that is connecting one thing with another? Is it a bridge? No, to the right side. It's crossing the water.
Yeah, it's like a bridge, but it's not like elevated. It's like on the water, just like wood, like 1 meter.
Okay, well then, well, we do see some kind of facades and materials. Maybe some more explicit comment on that.
Yeah, I wanted to have like light wood here in the first floor, and then some darker wood here, and that's the materials.
Yeah, and the rooftop. So it's for students or for community,
For
or
students.
just like that.
Yeah.
And what happens there?
What happens? You have like a basketball court for sports, and you have like a sitting area and greenery.
Okay, then, Helvis, proceed.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very easy to follow up in another city, and how you introduced all of the givens of the site and the problematics of the site. It was very clear, and thank you for that. I have a question on the deepest volume. I see the first volume towards the seaside or the lakeside. Yeah, the student housing volume, the front one. The first one, let's say it's a 3-floor volume, and the behind one that is facing the train tracks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what qualities you would provide to the largest volume that is faced to the most of the noisy train tracks, an active train station. What qualities would you provide towards this, how to point out the volume, the north volume, let's say? What qualities would you give to, it looks like the largest of all of the volumes. I see a lot of, yes, exactly, that volume. The front volume has a lot of fantastic, I would say even exclusive views, places, spaces, balconies. But that volume there that is slightly squeezed in between train tracks and no open balconies, how would you try to improve their existence?
Well, basically the idea that this is going to be 10 meters width. I wanted the corridors to face the train line, so the apartments will face inwards to get the view and don't get like a lot of noise pollution. But
Since we don't have the facades, we can't have any comments on this. So we suppose that you have not thought about it. Maybe it's just I can't find the right answer to the facades. Therefore, I will not provide them. It's
well,
yeah.
I'm just questioning, why didn't you invite in your facades such simple elements as balconies? Yeah.
No. I could have added, but I just felt that I wanted to have like make them use this place instead to socialize.
Oh, thank you, Magnus. It was very clear, and I liked the project very much. Thank you. And also, principles are clear for me, at least. I want to ask you: do you have any idea about construction structural system? It's look like very similar modules can be prefabricated or something like that, or materials of the structure. Do you have any idea? Norway have a big experience in the wooden structures and different. Do you have any idea about that?
I don't have
No.
experience with
Okay.
Just elaborate now. Just think about
Comment, no.
Comment, no. Anything. Just anything.
Well, the idea was to create like a simple prefabricated apartment so they can just like put on top of each other.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
That's a nice idea. Why you don't answer me? But again, about the noise. There is a corridor on the north side,
Yeah.
yes? And this is one protection.
Yeah.
And then you put different noise protecting glasses with the 3 glass and
Extra
then
thick.
yeah, extra thick and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear and understandable project with everything very clear, both parts A and B. And as Helvis said, even I wasn't in Bergen, but I feel like I was there. So thank you very much for explanation about the situation and site. One question regarding to the site. You said you can't put more buildings on this new regained area, like a beach area, because you are afraid of ecological issues and so on. But since it was like newly regained area, and there is a train and there is like highway also, pretty industrial site above this, like this big road. Why not to put some more elements, not only the student house, but some cafes and something like that on that next area, like where is the promenade and those towards the yes, on the right side. Yes, why not to put something which is also keeping that environment near the beach more cozy and not so noisy because of the street above it.
Well, I have a nature beach here. Maybe I didn't say.
Okay.
And also here I have a cafe, and here is like a kayak rental building.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, then it explains somehow. Yes, thank you.
One more question. Do you know what the city is planning in this area? In the city plan, what they are expecting?
It's just a park.
Just a park.
And a beach.
No buildings.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Magnus. I really, again, as I already said, it was very clear. It was easy for us to get the big picture and then zoom in, and we're able to understand. I think the site is a great potential, and the fact that you're activating it with the student housing, I believe it will give this whole place life, because it creates this tension in already this very tight place, but at the same time, from the pictures you showed, it's probably not used to the capacity it could be. And so I think this intervention that you're proposing is very good. I also appreciate the volume. This black volume, of course, at a larger scale, it would be more evident, but it's facing south, and the decisions that you made, how to step down towards the water and how to open that courtyard up, also to bring air into that courtyard from to have the sun coming in there with those lower volumes along the water. I think those are really smart decisions in crafting that volume. And I was very happy when you said that those rooms face the courtyard by putting those corridors on the north. That was really important aspect of organizing the plans to alleviate, obviously, the problem of what's happening there on the north side regarding noise. Yeah, so I guess it would be much a larger model would really help sell the project. Yeah, so to be able to really see how those volumes work to create a place and a space that is connected to this park, the upgrade which you are proposing. So I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the next one.
Okay.
The next presenter, please, Gatis Hasners. Gatis Hasners has the topic, the philosophical and symbolical materiality of daylight in architecture, its significance in shaping art spaces. And his scientific supervisor, Zane Veja, master in architecture.
Booklets as well.
I will tell about your, again, Gatis Hasners, his supervisor, Zane Veja, Master of Architecture, and Maris Bardinch, Professional Bachelor. Please, start.
Okay, hello. It all started with Big Bang that created the play between darkness and light. The subject of my research was the philosophical and symbolical aspects of daylight as a creator of atmosphere and architectural space. Daylight is part of the nature. It gives its observers the same impressions as wood, water, stones, and other natural materials. Daylight has its volume. Even if we can't measure it or touch as a physical object, it can fill the empty space. Every shade of shadow counts, each one telling different story. Shadows with its variations of tones and depth add different layers of emotions and meaning. Daylight is variable. Imagine harmonical space that aligns with natural rhythms of light. However, by changing the relationships with the space, but through shadows, reflections, filters, we can evoke more dramatic atmosphere. Its symbolical significance serves as a tool that can be used to fill spaces with deeper meaning. The interplay between darkness and light, the shades of shadows, the time flow and seasons, also the historical context, those all are attributes of materiality of daylight. Kathleen Nagel, in her work, Black Space, emphasized that the relationships between darkness and light is significant as light itself. It influences our perception of space, also creating individual relationships with the surrounding. When I decided to create a building for daylight, I started to research for location, and I was very pragmatic in this research. What I was looking for was a place that has most sunny days all year long. And also in my case study research, I conclude that architecture that is dedicated to light often is a connection with the nature. So I chose Liepāja, and specifically I chose northern forts, which are human-made but really long time untouched nature with already good qualities existing there. The concept of my building is based on the story of the place. Northern Forts was built from 1893 to 1905, and while those were constructed, the military technologies developed so much that at the end the building was officially labeled as strategical mistake, and few years later it was demolished, blown up. And the concept is that the museum embodies the moment of light that is created in this explosion, a theatrical act manifesting the power of light and its ability to change the future, much like the Big Bang, right? The building shape was created following the concrete blocks of ruins, in the same time creating deeper connection with the surrounding. The building was shaped around the central axis, which gives simple understanding how the program is arranged and also opens a philosophical question about the time linearity and light flow. The building is organized in 3 floors. On the ground floor there is located lobby and also entrance, which is under the building, which allows visitors to experience the same sensations that would be when they experience the ruins today. On the second floor, on the left wing, there is located black galleries that symbolically explores the relationships between blackness and light. Those are galleries for artificial light art from artists like James Turrell, Olafur Eliasson and others. Then there is Daylight Gallery, which I will explain in later slides. And on the right wing, besides the cafeteria, there is located learning facilities like conference hall, classrooms, workshops, and others. And on the third floor, there is located some other black galleries, and the restaurant, which has terrace that is floating above the ruins and has beautiful view to the Baltic Sea. The circulation in museum is organized in circular manner to ensure that visitors do not revisit the same galleries again. Facade is covered with metal grid mesh. It gives transparency and it is like a symbolical gesture to the light. The light is part of the nature, so the surrounding environment is left almost untouched. The master plan includes this floating pontoon that gives the opportunity to see the architecture of the museum from the seaside, how you see it right now in the model. And wooden paths that gives amazing views to the ruins, like going through them. And the final, the daylight gallery. It is the central element of the whole building. It is the performance of the sun. It changes every day, every hour. It is worth to put aside the rush and just sit on the cushy pillows or wooden benches and just enjoy the sound of quietness and the story of the light. Thank you.
Thank you, Gatis. I will read your reviewers. Rudolf Steiner-Schmidt's Mats Park review. Positive qualities. The thesis is well written and the topic is highly relevant and of significant interest to the field of architecture. At a time when building performance and sustainable design are increasingly prioritized, insufficient attention is given to the integration of a natural light into buildings. Light and space are fundamental materials for the architects, playing a crucial role in creating habitable and healthy environments. The student has curated a well-selected range of sources and an extensive bibliography, successfully conducting a thorough and insightful investigation into the philosophical and symbolic significance of the light. The architectural examples chosen have been carefully selected and analyzed in the depth. The research in Part A provides excellent foundation for the design work presented in Part B. The disadvantages: the student has thoroughly explored the philosophical and symbolic dimensions of light. In addition to these aspects, it is recommended that the student further investigate the psychological effects of light on the human body and psyche. Further examination of the historical precedents, particularly the works of master architects from the 20th century who have explored the use of light in architecture, would be valuable. And the positive qualities of the B part. The design effectively translates the exploration of light as research in the Part B into architectural concept. The building's design integrates harmoniously with the site and its historical context. The Big Bang concept, symbolizing the beginnings of space, time, and life, serves as a compelling metaphor that imbues new meaning to the purpose into the sabotaged building and abandoned site by the sea. The elevated linear volume creates a dynamic tension between the new and the existing conditions in the edge of the sea and the interplay of the light and shadow. The program, its sensibility organized along this linear axis. The students' chosen methods of architectural representation successfully communicates the design intent, highlighting the celebration of the light through the interplay of shadow, materiality, movement, and time. The disadvantages: linear arrangement of the program is effective with the views out to the sea and mainland. However, it may be beneficial to explore additional ways to integrate the site vertically, creating openings and access or visual connections between the new buildings and the building remnants or artificials below. So the question from your reviewer, given the opportunity to further investigate the topic of daylighting in architecture, which elements or topics, in your opinion, warrant additional research and study? Additionally, do you believe the topic of light in architecture has been adequately addressed within the academic design studio context?
Yes, thank you for your review, Dines, and the questions was really difficult, but I thought about them a little bit, and I will start with the academic question. I would say that the daylight was mentioned in some of the studies. Also, we had artificial light studies more, but when I started this research, I noticed that there is a lot more about it. And so I would say, and from my interests now, I would say that sure, we need more information about daylight in our study lab. But in the same case, the studies in architecture, you can't like learn and give us everything. So basically, it is up to us what we explore more after the studies and in study process as well. So the information about the light was, but it depends on us. And the first question was about, sorry, I
No,
forgot.
that was all in one.
All in one?
But,
it was about what I would explore more. Actually, this topic, at the beginning I thought that it's not going to be like a big deal. There will be a lot of information, but when I started the research, I noticed that it is really wide question which to explore, and there is a lot of aspects which to explore more actually in this philosophical and symbolical field as well. And yeah, I think some of those like discussed when we had like this review with you, and yeah, it is interesting topic actually.
I'll read another question from the B part. Have you considered how this building interacts with the landscape throughout the different seasons, winter, spring, summer, and fall? How do you envision the impact of seasonal light on the building, both from the interior and exterior perspectives? Have you also considered artificial lighting and how the building appears at night? What did you find most relevant and valuable during the research and design process?
Okay, yeah, about the seasons, of course I took it in consideration because the light changes its heights every season basically, yeah, and the time of the daylight is shorter in the winter than in summer. But that's actually the beauty of it, because you can experience this being there, and you just need to know that the daylight in the winter day will be shorter time experienceable there than in summertime. And in the same time, the central daylight gallery is also usable for other functions as well, like theater, for example, in winter season, or some meditations or something like that as well. So that would be my answer to this question. About the artificial light, as you heard, there is these black galleries that use artificial light art, which are integrated there, not integrated, but in the galleries, put as exhibits. And from exterior side, I didn't create like 3D renders for that, but what I would imagine that it would be really beautiful to light out the ruins and not put basically any light on the building, so that the light is coming from the bottom part of the building and like lifting it up somehow. So yeah, I don't know if there was more questions.
Okay, we have no more time for questions for my side, yeah.
Please.
Yeah, pretty cool graphical presentation, and the black model, which is the opposite for the light, is also nice. But still, I have a few comments. Maybe those case studies you mentioned, that temple from Japan and etc. I was wishing for more. For example, some kind of Mayan temples exploration. Well, you have mentioned them, but maybe you have something in mind.
Of course, those are not only the case studies that I explored. Those are 3 case studies that I included in my A part, but I looked around like really a lot of them, and one of those is also those Easter Island, for example. It's also like dedicated to light and the movement of light and the philosophical aspects of light. And there was others as well.
So regarding movement of light, from ancient times, we do understand that the sun at the particular points, at summer equinox or winter equinox, provides some kind of specific experience.
Yes.
So what about your project?
I didn't focus on one specific moment, like from the sun position perspective. In this case, I was focusing on daylight coming into this daylight gallery like most of the time. I know that, for example, the James Turrell Rodin crater has this art piece where you can experience it only like basically minute of the year, yeah, and that's whole different experience and whole different building. I would say if this would be a real project, it would be too less for Latvia to earn with it, for example, yeah. So that's why I focused on bigger picture in this case.
And regarding Masters of Light, like Turrell, I remember when I was in Venice, I saw the exhibition, and then I thought about what kind of Latvian masters you would mention to exhibit here.
In light?
Yeah.
I would say that basically, I forgot the name. It's because uztraukums, I guess. The library guy.
Birkert?
Sorry,
Birkert.
Birkert. Yes, exactly.
That guy.
He's one of. Sorry, guy. He's one of the big guns, I guess, with daylight in Latvia. But what I noticed from those case studies and when I was reading a lot of it, actually all big architects think of daylight as like almost primary element in their architecture. So I would say every good architect in Latvia has these qualities.
And the last but not least question is, well, we see really cool presentation, but what we are not seeing, and probably we could explain more, is my favorite one, master plan.
Yes.
The general plan access for the public transportation. How do you imagine how the general public will move around the site, since you didn't explicitly did that?
Basically, in those small
You can show on the
booklets-
slides.
I do not have the slide.
Then
with
explain on the
bigger
panels.
picture, but in those small booklets there are map that is like zoomed out a little bit, and public transportation, as I mentioned, I didn't mention. I mentioned that there are some qualities, but one of the good qualities for this plot is that it is really close to Liepājas center. It is like 10 to 15 minutes from it. So it's not like a big problem there, and I guess if this kind of a building would be built there, then city would organize public transportation there. What is good about it, that there is already access road, good access road, there is already existing parking, which I used, so I would say it is accessible. Actually, you can like ride with a bike as well there, and it is not that far to go with your legs as well.
And what? Sorry. That wind generator. Why is it there?
There?
Yeah.
Because I was looking for a place that has these nature characteristics. As I mentioned, I was researching these case studies, and they had like deep connection with nature. They were like separate from cities and just put in nature. A lot of buildings that was dedicated to light. So that was one aspect what I was looking for. But in the same time, I wanted the closeness of the city, which is Liepāja. And what's good about Liepāja is that it is starting to become as one of the, I would say, like the capital of the culture in Latvia, because there is like this Liepājas dzintars where people are going. There's a lot of events happening, and that's why Liepāja was really good place to do that. Yes.
Well, okay, well, the question was about wind generator, but that's fine.
When?
Wind.
Wind.
Yeah.
Okay. It was already there, actually. It is there. That's actually like interesting because the ruins itself are a little bit artistic, and artists use them to. There are some graffiti drawings, like, not like vandalism, but like made specifically, and in the neighbors they had this turbine already existing, so it is interesting conversation between them as well.
Thank you so much for your project. Congratulations. You did great, excellent. I do not truly have a question. I have some kind of realization, what I have learned a bit. You were telling about the light. And once I was looking at your building, I could not stop thinking only about time. And your building is like a bridge that connects this element of, we always like to think about time in architecture and discuss the time. And your building is truly indicating that the light is a direct thought transfer into the time.
8 minutes.
Sorry?
8 minutes.
What do you mean?
It takes 8 minutes from the sun to the earth.
Yeah.
It's time and the sun.
Yes, and thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
No. Next one.
Henrik?
Yes, thank you very much. I was very impressed. I liked it very much. You did a great job, and good that you remember this library fellow name. That's very nice, and thank you for that also.
Thanks from me also. Really good job and really good architecture. And if to look absolutely theoretically on the architecture, it's finished and really good. If to look practically at the Liepāja, I have two questions actually about this place. The one is actually you are already showing on this material the problem of erosion of the coast. You have a picture from 2013 where there is really a beach, some 10 meters, tens of meters of the beach before until the sea. Today, the blocks of Northern Fort are already in the water, so actually if to expect some kind of materialization of this project, so we can think that it will be somewhere in the sea, if even not possible anymore. Yeah. Just your idea or some comments, or just that if it is theoretical, it's okay for me also. Just your explanation about.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what as you mentioned, I was like noticing that the corrosion of the coast is like really fast actually, because the one picture was like basically 10 years ago from Google Map, and now it's much closer. So if this building would be built, I would say that this would be like a good point how to try to like stop this corrosion somehow. And actually that's why I added this scheme there.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. And the second is a bit following up with the question of time, light and time. Uh, didn't you thought about some kind of exposition about and story about forts itself, since they are under this building, and you are also speaking about lighting them somehow and so on. So principally it's very good, but the story of these structures together with this building, is that somehow thought from your side? Just question, nothing else.
The architecture itself, basically the main concept was that this explosion of those forts, was the moment which is like stopped, like the one frame which is basically the whole building there. And the light which came out of this explosion changed the past to this future. So in this case, this building is the future of this explosion, which happened like 100 years ago.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Got just a few comments. I already commented before in the review, but I thank you very much for the presentation. Excellent model and graphics, and this whole topic of light. And I mentioned it to you before. The theme of this year for us is Light Matters, and conference coming up in March. And I think the theme and this whole topic is really wonderful. And when I mentioned about the physiological, so you have the philosophical and the symbolical, and then you didn't look at the physiological, but those three things operating together, and the human experience inside this building, I think would be fantastic. And just to comment on regarding the big guy, yeah, that you mentioned, Martin Schwartz, writing in his book about Gunnar Birkitz, talks about that Birkitz didn't create buildings to be containers that are filled with light, but that the architecture takes second place to create openings for light to enter them, to be deflected, to move, to be reflected, and to highlight. And so for me, I think this is not just a container that you fill with light. This is architecture allowing light to be celebrated. So really, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, I'd like to say Ole Vig has joined us today. He's part of the jury. He just flew in from Norway. We really appreciate. Ole has been coming here for many years now, and he's our honored guest, and really welcome him. Thank you. Yes, please, we'll pass it, yes.
As you realize, I turned a bit late. I didn't hear the beginning of your presentation, but also I have to admit I'm very impressed also with the graphics. And you have the picture now, the top in the middle, shows the light in the building. And the only thing I would like to see is using your fantastic black model, throw some light into it, get the effects in the model.
Yeah, I had a lot of light.
You had that too? Yeah.
I had only 8 minutes. So.
Oh. I think it's very nice graphics too, not just architecture. Yeah.
Next presenter coming up, Anna Maria Iskrova. Okay, Dinas will join us shortly, but let's start with Anna Maria, and I want to mention that her scientific supervisor is Ilse Paklone, Doctor Architecture in Architecture. Please begin your presentation.
So, hello, my name is Anna, and both my thesis parts is dedicated to the industrial zone, to the revitalization of industrial zone. So, bachelor thesis explores the revitalization of industrial heritage sites, focusing on how abandoned industrial spaces can be transformed into vibrant, multifunctional hubs that serve modern community needs. Through theoretical research, case studies, and design proposal, the work examines the principles of adaptive reuse, sustainability, and also community engagement. So my research is separated into 3 parts. The theoretical framework explores adaptive reuse principles, industrial heritage, and community involvement. Case studies also is included in the A part, such as Dipšu Fabrika in Latvia, Noblesner, it is located in Estonia, and Battersea Power Station. And all of these highlights the successful approach to balance history with contemporary needs. So the main idea of the project is to create a space that can bridge together the past, present, and the future of the site. I tried to how it is possible to save historical elements and at the same time give people opportunity with the new multifunctional facilities of the site. And I will show you in the B part, it is about Yugos Paper Factory. So the factory is located on the shore of Yuglo Lake. It is approximately 14-16 kilometers from Riga city center. And the site connection to the lake offer opportunities to create a destination that integrates the nature, the water, and the functional design. Historically, the Yugos Paper Factory began operation in 19th with almost single building, and over the time the site expanded chaotically with different kinds of buildings, roofs, and heights. These uncoordinated additions have left the site in a disappear. But the main part of my design is survive, because community engagement played a significant role in the design proposal. The results directly inform the design, ensuring the revitalization reflects the community needs and the aspirations. So the site analysis of the Yugos Paper Factory, it shows the challenges, but on the other hand, strength. While the area is surrounded by green zones, on the other hand, it is lack of offices, some educational facilities, and in my B part, in my revitalization project, I try to turn this place with different kinds of educational, recreation, and new workplaces. Key points for the building design include retaining historical elements, framing view to Yugos Lake, also reuse salvage materials, and create functions and facilities according to the survey. So the reconstruction strategy simplifies the original and disorganized layout and building by removing chaotic additions while preserving the main historical structures. Also, the main part of my project is pedestrian passage that leads directly to the Yugos Lake, and this offers stunning views for people and create a strong connection between the nature, the water, and the people. This feature is like a local point of the master plan. So the master plan transforms the site into the green spaces. Reusing materials I also used in the pedestrian path, also give people opportunity to see the historical value of the building. So I tried to save almost the first floor exterior walls and demolish all of these new roofs and architecture elements that was built by over the time. So in the design proposal, I tried to save building's cohesive structure, highlighting the integration of historical elements with modern additions. And the design balances functionality and visual appeal and creating unfilled space that honors the factory industrial past. So by the survey, I decided to make a new functions that leads to the people, to the surrounding people that live nearby. And this is concert hall, music schools, and different kinds of technology centers. So for the first floor, I decided to use the music school, also atrium, where people with different kinds of ages, interests, they can get there and they can do whatever they want. Also the new performance space and cafe restaurants for parking. And for the second floor, I decided to make it useful for all ages people and make there some technology center, for example, with the STEM labs, with the robotics, with the music and photo laboratory, and also give space for the actors. So the facade design preserves the original industrial character with brown brick on the first floor and introduces new panels on the second floor to add a modern touch. And this combination ensures the balance between the history and new touch of the innovation. So the building height is carefully, I think, planned, with the ground floor retaining its original height of 5.56 meters high, and the second floor is approximately 4 meters high, and the central passage reaching almost 60 meters high. And overall, this building shows this opportunity of the saving the historical significance with the new modern features for the people. And that's it.
Thank you. I will now read your reviewers. Janas Jakobson is Doctor in Architecture review. The positive qualities of a part. It is nice to see the author emphasizes the effective regeneration, does not simply restore places but redefines them to meet contemporary needs. Successful regeneration requires combined efforts of planners, designers, and local communities to create spaces that are resilient, adaptable, and relevant to the future. Disadvantages. It is recommended to use more up-to-date information sources, territorial regeneration, public engagement, climate change, and the role of heritage in item. A more substantiated assessment of the values and potential of the existing complex is recommended. A summary of the survey, a description of respondents, and the conclusions are recommended to be annexed. The positive qualities in the B part. The work is a direct and visual continuation of the theoretical part of the study, both in terms of depicting the impact of involvement of the local community and the planned functional architectural and sustainability solutions. The chosen topic of the work is relevant and the possible solutions are very diverse. Following the reviewer's recommendations, a local community scheme is clearly described, indicating the local communities to be involved in and affected. Disadvantages. It is recommended to visually present the methodology, process, and results of the cultural, historical, and functional assessment of the building complex in the work. The structures, values, and parts of the building to be preserved and the new building to be constructed should be clearly indicated in the drawings. So here are the first question from your reviewer. What is the evaluation method for the cultural heritage assessment of the complex, thus the number of demolitions, renovations, relevant functions to be developed and conditions for a new building?
Okay, thank you for question.
Yeah.
For the evolution of the cultural heritage of the newspaper factory and overall the industrial buildings, it is first of all we need to think about all of these historical documents, for example, plans and other documents that we have, and after that we need to think about what kind of elements, of architectural elements and features we can save in the revitalization process. So, for example, in my case, I decided to evaluate the windows of the existing building, also the height of the floor, ceiling, and also to save the main material of the building. And
Okay, another question. What is the methodology criteria for new buildings and landscaping in the context of historic buildings in the complex? The guidelines for the restoration of the historic buildings and the integration of the new elements.
thank you. I think that the methodology that I was used in this revitalization is maximum to save and to give people opportunity to see the historical type and the features of the building. And another approach is to give people opportunity not only to see and to integrate the historical part of the building, but also be interested in the new features of the building, like new functions, new elements, new design proposal, and materials.
Thank you. I will now give the word to the committee members.
Yes, since Ola joined us, I'll give chance for him to start.
Well, I think this is, a very, very relevant topic. We demolish far too many buildings, and what you've done, you're turning old paper factory into modern use. I didn't quite catch how many. Is it mainly cultural use, art use? Is that what it's all about? Like concert hall, like we see some exhibition areas and things?
There will be concert hall, exhibition area,
Yeah.
also in atrium. Also it is dedicated to the children, like music school and new technology center on the second floor.
Okay, because that's leading on to my second question. What you're saying is that this is not just a question of transforming an existing building to new uses, but also you want to engage the community. Now, how do you think it will happen? Will they involve in developing ideas of the future use, or will it be provided for them? They can just move in and just use the facilities, or I'm really interested in the community here.
The main idea of my project started with the survey that I was made during the going around the building. So I think it could be the first step for the revitalization in the future, in the revitalization of the newspaper factory. And afterwards, it could be like different kinds of workshops with the surrounding people to understand what kind of functions and what kind of features they need in this area particularly.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking this question is because it's easy to understand how you can turn an old factory into new uses. But again, it depends on not on the structure, but the spans, what does it lend itself to? Would it, when you were looking at that, and obviously you wanted to involve the community, were you assessing the different rooms and spaces in relation to specific uses? Because you can't put a small kindergarten in a huge volume. So I think maybe I'm talking more about the brief, but to understand how you have carried out from the brief to the actual design. did you look at that in any detail? You know, what would it lend itself to be?
Can you please repeat one more time the question?
What I'm saying is that it is in a very noble thing to turn an old factory into new uses. I mean, transformation is, I mean, it's almost getting too popular these days, but it's very important because I think we demolish far too many buildings, and to transform is very important. But I think it's a very important question is, what does it lend itself to? What is suitable for any users or any specific users, and how can you get like you know, combining different uses within the structure could also develop into other ideas, which are almost unexpected. So to what extent do you look at actually the future uses in relation to the existing structure?
I try to combine different kinds of functions of the building to be, I hope that these features and these functions could be interesting for the people. And I try to save almost every part of the historical building to be preserved in the future, like view for the stakeholders and people for around.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting study. Thank you.
I have a question a bit regarding the history of the paper factory. When was it shut down?
I think it was shut down in the 1991, approximately.
And do you recall what kind of paper was manufactured there?
So for this question, I directly don't know the answer, but it was just paper.
Yeah, I find your project great, how with architectural terms you clean out the structure and unify back to this original beauty. I just do not understand one thing. Why shouldn't we keep on producing paper?
Because not far away there also is production, and there is like very small production of the paper, very small, not this huge as it was here, but it is like also working for now, but not far away from the paper factory.
The question would be, why shouldn't we celebrate paper?
I thought that it could be nice that there will be a place where all of these facilities that is lacked in this area could be placed here in new Yugos paper factory after revitalization.
By the term of celebrating paper, I'm just amazed by this all amount of knowledge that is on this table printed out on this fantastic form of paper, and it is very remarkable thing to try to make your own paper. It's a knowledge and it's a skill, and it can develop and bring the culture further, so we can print on a beautiful poetry books and bachelor thesis. I think you're managing the architectonics and tectonics of building very well, but small quality of celebrating the paper culture I miss a bit in your project.
I think they can be celebrated in those waiting areas, which I see, which is extending my question. I'll just stay on the functional program. We do see explicit things about music school and that concert hall, etc. But we have that strange proportion between those waiting areas, those freely moving areas, and those small cabinets. This is one, what I see. And then we have huge campuses where I think you have some kind of idea behind what is happening in those huge free areas and on those roofs.
So I was also thinking about not only to save the architectural elements of the building, like windows, doors, and other features, but also to save the machinery of the factory. And the idea was also to make like a little museum in waiting zones where people can just see how the functions of the building was at that time. And also about, if you're talking about the terraces, I was thinking about how to make a place where children and adults from the lab, from the second floor, that this technology center could be interested in sometimes different kinds of works at air.
Thank you for your job. It's very good. But I just want to ask you a very small and practical question. This middle hall, which is where you put the concert hall, there is an existing slab for the second floor, or it is one big hall at the moment?
So for now, it's almost one big hall with one more wall that is also be constructed a little bit later than the main wall.
And you put a new slab into that and put a second floor, yeah?
No, the second floor, no, the slab and the existing interior walls is same, and the slab is also definitely.
Well, this 8 meters for this concert hall, height of 8 meters, do you think is it okay?
It is 6 meters high.
6 meters, even 6. It's enough for such a...
I thought it could be not only the concert, but also like a multifunctional also area for, not only for maybe theaters, but maybe some dance studios and other facilities.
And you have not so big stage for this. It's and not a backstage, and then not so much.
So backstage also is, but I was thinking about not only like a theater, but like a place where some different kinds of performances could be.
Okay, and 6 meters is okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very understandable and good job. Thank you very much. Actually, I will follow up with the practical small things about the same hall. That was my question also. Why didn't you just? It's even not a question, maybe more a remark. You could think more like about the flexibility of functions you can have there, because now this concert hall, because it's drawn like a concert hall, that's the only possibility we can see in this area. It's not actually very functional because there is no stage for 6 meters. It's not enough height. There is no slope for viewers, audience. So it could be better if you just made a flexible, big, readjustable space for whatever it happens there, and maybe some kind of openable towards the vestibules and halls. That is one thing. The second, that's question. What is happening with the site plan? Thanks. It's very understandable where there are other buildings and how the building sits in a nature and landscape. What is happening in the lake? I see boats. What is that? Peninsula, or it's artificial, or it's already there, some kind of pier or something like that?
It is also my approach to give people opportunities to work more with the water, and that's why I decided to make this pedestrian path that connects to the water and give you this straight forward path to the lake. And another facility is go to the side by the boat, also is another.
So that's newly constructed, yeah? Yes. Thank you. And also now you mentioned about the community, to put community, and in your thesis you are writing about community engagement and participatory design. Could you please explain participatory design in this project, the approach?
So as I previously said, I have a survey, and almost a lot of people, they said about what kind of new functions and new their ideas could be in this particular space, and that's why I decided to make these functions according to the survey.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Anna, for your presentation. I think it was very thorough and clear, and I appreciate the drawings and the axonometries and different things you showed us. And I believe you've approached this with the correct attitude and sensitivity. And I also appreciate with all of the questions you've been given, you rather than just saying I don't know or this or that. I could tell that you have actually thought about these things and gave an argument or an explanation, and that's really good when you're presenting something that you actually believe in what you've done. And I can tell here that you actually do believe in what you've done. And just one comment, you know, Jana Jakobson was your supervisor, and we've had the opportunity to discuss this whole issue of historical buildings and then how to preserve that building without having the previous function. There was a couple of seminars and workshops about this, and in some cases the old function has been eliminated because it's been replaced with something else, somewhere else, or through something else. But I think it's also really important that when that connection to the past, you know, like Helvi's mentioned about, you know, maybe you guys a special paper shop or paper making seminars and wherever. Those kind of things are really, really, really important, so that old function somehow can be implemented, if that can be the case. And but in any case, here with what you've done, I understand that your intent and your strategy and the functions that you did pick, you were aware of this and thinking about that. So thank you.
Thank you. As the next one, I would like to ask to prepare his boards and presentation, Kristaps Kaditis. Kristaps Kaditis, scientific supervisors, Doctor in Architecture Efe Dujan and Doctor in Architecture Linda Leitane. So please, Kristaps, you can begin.
Hello, my name is Kristaps, and this is my thesis, Echoes by the Water, a Canvas of Culture and Nature, Liepājas Exposition Center and Studio. Firstly, the context. Liepāja faces a challenge when it comes to its cultural spaces. They are mostly underused by the public and have limited variety. But the thesis goal is to design a proposal for an exposition and studio center on the Liepājas Match Factory site. Community-oriented spaces using the bifield principles. The key features of this project is that Liepāja has been nominated as the European Capital of Culture for 2027. And because of this, municipality now devotes more time and resources to support cultural developments. For example, restoring old historic buildings, which are included into the cultural heritage list, as well as designing new venues, for example, the Black Box Theater, which connects to the old Liepājas Bank for different theatrical experiences. The cultural activity areas are mainly located in the city center, although a few venues are near the beach. Most importantly, they are scattered around and not connected to each other, because they offer different attractions. The chosen land plot is on the eastern side of Liepāja, connected to the lake, the match factory site. And how the site itself can connect to the city. One of the main connections would be ensuring that it's connected with the beach along the canal, with a promenade that can connect with different venues like Lielais Centers and other facilities. As well, the location is based because of the distance from the city center. It is accessible by walking from the city center roughly about 15 minutes. Briefly about the history of the site. In the early 20th century, it was founded for a factory, at first which was for woodworking, which produced slats, later on furniture, and after that it became a match factory. When time moved on, it was united with a factory called Vulcans, which incorporated multiple factories across Latvia. But later on it changed organizations, but the industry remained the same as a match factory. And this site was mostly for the logistical purposes, because it exported a lot of materials to the British colonies as well. The existing situation of the site, you can see the building itself, the match factory itself, has been demolished because it was in critical condition. And as of now, the site itself is overgrown and there are only a few remaining structures. Hangars, possibly the storage facilities, a water tower, and 2 chimneys. The 2 chimneys are the most characteristical to this plot itself because they now serve as something what once there was. In the second picture you can see the promenade, which actually ends abruptly on the eastern side. In fact, at the end of the promenade there's supposed to be a public leisure sport facilities. But when you actually get there, it doesn't look like it's public. It's like privatized because there are no boards, there are no signs that you can enter. And most people would not even bat an eye on that. The concept is to redefine the site's role in the city, creating a cultural landmark that reconnects Liepāja with its industrial past while addressing key urban challenges. Industrial style structural building aligning along the waterfront, incorporating biophilic design elements. The site itself, the building is located on the waterfront. As well as the building has a green roof for the people to be accessed to gain a clearer view for smaller gatherings, as well as a exposition that you can use for ecology and different sustainability materials. As well as one of the biophilic principles is that the water bodies are like put in the territory itself, so it's immersed, that people can interact with them without touching them. They are closer to it, they can feel it. The water bodies itself, they calm the experience and they allow the nature to overtake the site again, but in a different manner. And one of the chimneys is reimagined as a watchtower that you can actually climb and experience the historic of it. The first floor of the building, as you enter through the main entrance, there's a grand opening, the lobby, with a center, the information center, and as well as there's a cafe at one of the corners that you can get a cup of coffee or any other necessities you would like, as well as you can enjoy them outside on the promenade itself, that you are on the water, to create a different experience on its own. The exhibition hall is mostly used for exhibitions with transformable spaces, using movable walls to ensure the necessity of the required space for an exhibition. The exhibits would be mostly focused on environmental themes, contemporary art, and multi-sensory installation with immersive soundscapes. The lower part of the building is used for workshops offering a mix of digital and hands-on activities, such as interactive design sessions, digital art creation, and traditional craft workshops. On the second story, going through up the lobby, there's an atrium, which is located above the lobby, serving it as an opening, light-filled space that visually connects different levels of the building. The exhibition hall on the second story is actually wide open. It's a large, clear space for people to have different kinds of attractions that can be hanged, to be incorporated. And on the lower part, above the workshops, there's a meeting suite that can be transformed into different collaborative sessions or private events. Here's the main rendering of the entrance of the building, as the double facade as well, where the staircase leads from the first floor to the second floor of the exhibition hall. In the section, you can see the third floor, which is actually the basement, is used for engineering purposes, for example, heating, plumbing, electrical, etc. And the building's facade is made from wood, for example, pine or oak, which is more characteristic to the city itself. The facade's coloristics are dark red, which accents the old chimneys, and the main facade is grayish color because of the surrounding buildings on the plot itself and the buildings around the site in general. This is the view from the lake of the building itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristaps. I will now write your reviewer's remarks. Reviewer Dina Sokhanova, Masters in Arts and Bachelor in Architecture, has evaluated your work positively, and the positive qualities of the A part is the thesis has a well-designed, purposeful and logical structure linking the theoretical part with the empirical part, analyzing examples and looking in depth at the location and the cultural processes, buildings and infrastructure dedicated to the culture of Liepāja. Moreover, author explores biophilic design principles that can help creating spaces connected with the environment, improve well-being, and encourage community interaction. The language of the thesis is professional and it's well written and readable. Disadvantages. One of the strongest arguments of bachelor thesis relates to ensuring community and citizen involvement, promotion of community engagement through architecture. Although the author does a good job of describing what the other studies have found about the challenges of community engagement and needs, the thesis fails to relate and implement rather concrete steps of community involvement in the design process, which is most likely due to the constraints and scope of bachelor thesis. The conclusions drawn by the author are very broad. Proposed the public-private partnership model as one of the strategies itself does not ensure that the building's design program accessibility and relevance to needs of Liepājas residents are met. And the reviewer does not disagree with the author's choice of the case study examples. However, the overall work could be improved by providing a more solid justification and explanation for the choice. And the author provides rather general conclusions, and it's not clear how the analysis of the selected cases has further contributed to the design proposal. And I will also mention about the B part. I guess it's written together, positive and negative. The theme of the bachelor thesis chosen by the student is topical, and its choice is justified in the theoretical part of the thesis. The author's choice of the location site in Liepāja is commendable, highlighting it as a culture destination, emphasizing the need for revitalization of former industrial areas, integrating the elements of the natural landscape and aiming to react to the needs of the community. Research has been a purposefully developed and integrated part of the working process. However, development of the design brief, functionality of the building and its program have not been clearly described within the theoretical part. On the other hand, the author extensively discussed Liepājas historical self-development aspirations, so the creation of an contemporary exhibition and workshop center in an undeveloped area clearly can open new opportunities for European Capital of Culture in 2007. The graphic materials of the project do not give much insight to design process, design iterations and author's creative process. For instance, search of the building form and its layout, reaction and relationship to the existing situation, built volumes, historical remnants. And it is apparent that author wants to design the building as a landmark and unique destination following selected examples from around the world. The incorporation of the existing chimneys into landscaping is self-evident, but further spatial inclusion and reference to built volume is missing. The project materials do not include and explain structural solutions of the building of the construction materials used, but the finishing and color proposal reflects to the industrial past of the site and the reference to the brick chimneys. The building plans have been drawn up to ensure that the accessibility requirements of the buildings are met. The building offers a certain level of multifunctionality. Individual parts of the building can be used separately for different events as required. Overall, the author demonstrates a good bachelor level skills in preparing design, layout, and other required materials. So the questions: what kind of community participation activities were carried out during the bachelor thesis process? If this was not possible during thesis, what would be the primary activity that the author would implement to ensure that the project meets its needs of the people and of Liepāja during its development?
What surveys have I done? Actually, I haven't carried out any of the surveys of the limited time constraints and the project development itself. But how I would approach this would conduct surveys of the locals and opening forums to gather external input and the local input to integrate the ideas that people want to see here, that people feel the need to have things there, what they desire and what they want to see there.
Okay, another question is, would building design and architecture be radically different if one of the research interests in the empirical section of the study was not directly related to biophilic design principles?
The building design would be different if it wasn't used with biophysical design principles. If it wasn't used with these principles, the design would be more focused on functionality and the industrial aesthetics, lacking the intervention of the green areas, and mostly trying to create a silhouette of a factory, industrial styled factory.
Thank you. I will now ask the jury committee to have their questions.
I will skip questions since I've been part of this project as a supervisor. So, Ole?
Okay. It's easier for me to ask questions. Okay, first of all, I think it's a very interesting topic. We have just seen one with a paper factory closed down, and this one there was a match factory. Good thing they were not close to each other. But this one, this moved to Kuldiga, I understand. Now, the other one project we saw was had a lot of the existing elements very clear in the new design. In your design, I must admit, I found it a bit difficult to understand how much of the old building did you keep, or how much did you use of the materials that were demolished. Have they been reused?
The existing factory actually was demolished, and the only left parts of it were the chimneys, which are relevant in this project.
So, but did you use any of the old material, or?
There were no materials left. It was just flat ground with no foundations, nothing. It was left as a naked plot.
Right. But if you go back to the other picture you had, the main one. The next one. You had one more and one more. There you are. Now, you talk about keeping a chimney. Now, on the model, I can see two chimneys.
Yeah, there are two chimneys.
Yeah, the two chimneys. Now, I was wondering, I think your design is nice. I think it's the way it kind of merged into the landscape, and also like your theme, where you're saying that you want to create a multifunctional cultural center that bridges the city's industrial heritage, natural landscapes, and community needs. I mean, all tall order. Very good. I think you've done. I like the way also the building is meeting the ground. I think you've done a good job. But one more specific question: since you haven't, you're not able to use any of the old building, there's a new building on site, but the only elements that were left are the chimneys, and you wanted to have like a lookout tower, watchtower. Why did you wrap it around that chimney? Because then if you look at even the picture in the middle there, you can see this wonderful shape of the chimney. But the way you kind of wrapping that rather complicated structure around it, you can just about see the chimney. Were you tempted to design a new lookout tower, new watchtower, separate as a new element, and leave the chimneys as they were?
Well, one of the chimneys is left as it was, but the other chimney, which you can see in this render, actually I wanted used so that people would kind of interact with it. They could go up the floors of it, see basically the history of it, how that time changed it, see up closer the top, which actually most of the people would gladly see, but there are no opportunities to see the top. It's the interests of people.
You obviously have thought about it, but having produced a good design, an interesting design, then I feel I can ask some more difficult questions, right? Because I just want, if you will look at that perspective here, wonderful lines, coming from the right, coming down towards the ground, and then you have the pinnacle, the chimneys next to it. Why conceal it? Why wrap it around? Why not just leave the straightness and the simplicity of it and put a chimney, a watchtower somewhere else? Anyway, you obviously have thought about it.
I haven't at the same time. Well,
you don't have to answer if you don't. Well, sorry about asking a difficult question.
Scott. Yeah, I have a question. How did you come up and stop at these square meters? How did you figure out that this is the... How many square meters, first of all, you have there?
The building itself is roughly, if I remember correctly, 2,500 square meters, if not more. I seriously do not remember correctly, but what I have is that the maximum capacity of people would be 500, with the staff included.
And how did you come up to this point? You said this is the moment, 500, not more, not less, 2,500 square meters. How did you stop with these? What was your considerations in the design scale of the volume?
In the volume, I didn't want to exceed the size of the plot itself, so it isn't contrasting the complete mass of it. But I also wanted to integrate a large enough space for the exhibitions to be taken place. For example, any larger man-made, for example, of the match factory remnants that could be processed there and put on the larger scale to visit and be as an exhibition itself. So it's basically more as a functional purpose.
I must say, there is something I enjoy about wrapping the tower. I think this is one of, let's say, direction Chumi revitalization, something if we would have 2, 3 more objects on the site, as the site is very large, right? It's huge, the whole corner is. And this is from your tactics or strategy to have a one large volume and then half object next to it to wrap the chimney. Maybe another option would be to generate 2, 3 smaller volumes and then one centerpiece, but they would all generate some kind of coexisting infrastructure that would bring whole territory upwards. Just an idea. But Alex, I'm very curious on your...
No, I just want to ask some questions. This green roof, which is coming from the ground up to this highest point in the middle, this is usable for people?
Yeah.
Can they walk?
Yeah.
And the question is then, why you stop here in the middle, this highest point? Why you didn't continue the green roof over all the building? And why the highest point is somewhere here in the middle? This is the first question. How you create this form, totally form. If you look on this, I see the organic, let's say, approach, trying to make organic. I didn't see any industrial, let's say, background for this. How you this explain me a little bit more clear, because you said this is you're trying to somehow feel or explain the industrial architecture style or something like that. I see a little bit different. Can you explain a little bit more clear these two questions? First, why the highest point is here, and for the form, and then about this industrial.
The form itself was created as a centerpiece. It ended there because in the exhibition halls, that's the highest point where you could observe from the inside. So basically it creates a larger density of a room so you can use.
It's kind of form follows function.
But you have a slab inside. This is not all height, or it is all height.
It's all height.
All height. The room is all height.
From the second story, it's all height.
From the second story, but from the ground, not.
From the ground, no.
Okay. Then it's slab inside.
Slab, yeah, as a
Okay.
middle section of the building.
All right. And why you don't continue with the green?
The green roof, I didn't continue mostly because it would be more constraints on the constructions. It would be necessary to create even larger load-bearing walls. Even the columns would be needed to placed more frequently around the building itself to even support the load of the soil, the engineering parts of it, so it doesn't rot. The water drainage systems, it would create a lot of mass on the part of roof, which I want to create as open as much as I want.
Mm-hmm. The one part you use that, another part you say this is too expensive. I will save here. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the reason. Okay, this is one. Good, thank you. But another question is about this basin in the front door. You create a new basin, new water in the front door. What is the idea about that? You have a water around enough, and you create one more. Probably you have a great idea behind.
I wanted to include the water into the site itself and just more included so that people do not see the water, the lake itself from the start, but they see how it forms and it continues through a path. It wants to lead them to the water, to the grand opening.
Mm-hmm.
And the water itself serves as a biophilic purpose, as calming element and the creating a natural noise. It's quite serene. That would be the purpose of the water.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Besides the question what Andris already stated about the structure of the roof, where only one column in the middle of second floor hall is carrying the highest point of the roof, where on the right side there is a slab with the green roof on the, I mean on left side is green roof and right side is not a green roof, but column is the same. It's maybe some clarification about the construction of the building. So what the structure, that's one point. The second point, could you please explain about the coastal part of the lake? You are very on the water edge, and your project is called Echo, is by the water. And my question is about your building is staying on the water edge, and there is actually very, very small artificially made path in front of the building on the water edge. So didn't you thought about like moving back the building to have bigger space for public, for people to go out from the building, to have to enjoy the nature of and the lakeside? Just question one is the structure, and the second is the site for the building and water edge. Thanks.
About the structure, firstly, the structure would mostly be used, load-bearing walls would be used as concrete. The second story slab would be supported by the columns from the first story. For the workshop area, the columns go completely to the roof, supporting both second story slab and the roof. But for the exhibition part, the roof structure is used as a hefty truss construction to create the free zone of the exhibition hall. So basically it can be open without any elements interacting with it. And sorry, what was the second question? Could you repeat, please?
Where the building stays from the lakeside.
The building against the lakeside was more created because of the people from the inside could witness it as it's right next to the water, as it's almost on it, to create an illusion, to be more exact. And the promenade itself is barely on the water, not clearly deep enough, And there's a reason why I didn't go deep enough, is because that the lake itself is a natural 2000 element, which is actually a really protected zone. And the building itself is right on the edge of the protection zone line, so it doesn't continue on the water itself and disturb the water body.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your presentation. The thing that I guess appreciate the most is the idea of trying to respond to the Liepājas 2027 and trying to create a place or some sort of event place or some sort of not community center, but perhaps conference or symposium center or some to host special events that can happen during that particular year. But when I look at the volume, I don't. I read it as something else. I almost read it more as, and because of its location, like maybe more of a water park or something that has a different function. I don't necessarily read the function that you are describing. Maybe that's because there's a lot of rooms, and a lot of rooms with a lot of furniture, a lot of tables and chairs, and not necessarily, you can't read the function necessarily. I mean, it's clear to me, yes, you have the large spaces for the exhibition space, but perhaps it's really important to make sure that those functions are also readable without actually having to label them in one sense, or the image of the building is somehow communicating what it is more. And I agree to the previous comments, but I also feel that the chimneys perhaps you have this triangle, you have the two chimneys, and perhaps the building itself along the water is that third object, right? And then there's this dialogue between these three things where the building is separating the water condition edge and the square area that would be in the middle of that. I think bringing water into the site is good as part of the landscape solution, as a mirror pond or something that is working as part of the landscape. I think that decision was good. But again, I think when we are looking at the building and it's communicating something, I think there's a mixed communication here. It's not completely clear to me. But in any case, thank you for your presentation. Yes.
Thank you. Now we are going to have a short break until 2 o'clock. And then the next presenter, Nauris Lukjanovic, can be ready at that time. Um, Now, Nauris will be presenting his presentation, and his scientific supervisors is Jonas Norgren, Master of Architecture. Please, Nauris, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Nauris, and the topic of my thesis is Reviving the Rural, Reimagining Agluona's Potential. First of all, in Latvia we have a very big contrast between rural areas and cities in terms that cities generally have a lot of different services and economic opportunities, while rural areas don't really have them. And on the other hand, the cities generally have maybe less the spiritual value than rural areas. So generally speaking, rural areas have a lot of potential that just need to be changed. And furthermore, recently, after COVID-19 pandemic, there has been this small shift where people realize that they can move to rural areas in order to work and live remotely. And this is a minor trend, but it is very crucial for the future planning. Latvian folk high schools. So first of all, in the Nordic countries, these folk high schools are very common. Generally speaking, these are schools where no fixed curriculum is based, but rather each school on their own, they are creating their own curriculum based on what are their needs. And the thing is that maybe not many people know, but in Latvia we used to have these folk high schools. Generally, they were created after Latvia gained its independence in 1920s. And I think the slogan is also very, very good working with my work, which is, oh, reach out to your brothers in darkness and lead them into the light. So to provide education to those in need. And these schools also don't have a fixed age limit, so it doesn't matter how old you are, you can go and study. And also an important note is that father of Gunnars Birkerts, Peters Birkerts, was also one of the tutors in one of these schools in Riga. Yeah, so first of all, Agluona. I chose this location because I think when we talk about in the layout of Latvia, most people know Agluona. Even though it's a small town, people generally have a very good associations with it, either due to basilica or some summer camps. And therefore, I think it has a lot of potential to create a more prosperous society there. And also, as a person from Agluona, I would say there is a very drastic change that was the initial idea of mine, because when you grow up from your childhood and you sort of remember Agluona having so many people, and then after just 10 or 15 years you come back and it's almost empty. And one of the reasons would be the lack of qualities and potentials. So the idea was to create this main axis from the Basilica of Agluona, which is this spiritual center, all the way to the educational hub, where is the Agluona Secondary School located and other facilities. As well as in between, there are a couple of potentials that would need to be improved as well. Let's say about the bus station that needs to be improved in order for the people to come to my current project, or also this old sauna that for some reason is located in old bricks, but it could be actually moved to the water base, as well as the Sacrifice Island, which is pretty much it has a path, it has a trail, it has a lot of potential, but unfortunately the connection is not there. And so my work is divided in 4 phases, and at the moment I'm working on the first phase, which is the core of rural community, educational spaces. And that is the thing, because in rural areas of Latvia, schools or other educational facilities, they work as these core of rural communities, because generally people are celebrating everything there, and most events are also happening there. So the implementation of the existing Red School with the folk high school would be the phase 1. Then afterwards, obviously, would be the phase 2 as improvements of the transportation, logistics, and bus station in order for the school to work properly and so that other people from all across Latvia could come there. Phase 3 would be creating the waterway, as I mentioned. In this diagram, you can approximately see how it could be implemented so that different parts of either one island or the both of them could be connected for people to actually have an easy access to them. And phase 4 would be attraction and an improvement of services, so different services that people who would move there to study would have an access to. So the Volk High School, basically this is the existing building of the Red School, as I mentioned before. And currently it is mainly a dormitory, which is mainly, again, empty since there are not as many people there. And then my added space is in here, which is basically the main building of the Volk High School. And on the ground floor, it has mainly workshops with the pottery room, where people could also learn more about Latgalian pottery. And also meeting rooms on the northwestern side. And then on the second floor, it is more with classrooms and as well as a small cinema, since that is one of the things that local people of Agluona are missing since the Soviet times, to have some sort of meeting point as well. And then both of these buildings are connected through the second floor. Apologies for the elevations in the presentation. You can see them clearly on the posters. So the new mass of the building is basically created based on the area surrounding it, because since it is a rural area, it has a very sensitive this layout of having wooden buildings with slope roofs, and so the same thing was implemented in here in order just to not screen out, basically. And and so second thing is that the pathway made from upcycled bricks would be created, this sort of pathway which would welcome everyone to the Red School. And as well as, since around everything there is gardens, so there would be also some communal gardens which could provide something more for the community in the Red School. And as well as there is a great tradition of Agluona Secondary School of making ground carpets from flowers. And the idea was, why are they located on the floor if we can elevate them on the facade? So on the timber, these panels, basically these flower carpets could be attached to provide this beauty to everyone. That would be it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Norris. Proceeding with your reviewer, Efe Dujan's PhD in Architecture review. He has evaluated your work positively and the positive qualities of the A part. The text is exceptionally well written and demonstrates thorough research. The thesis presents original ideas for revitalizing rural communities through the folk high school heritage. It offers an in-depth exploration of the social aspects of architecture. The disadvantages: modern pedagogical ideas and school architecture might have been included to show how the folk high school idea and heritage is compared to today's education. And positive qualities of the B part. The project is a part of general perspective about rural areas and education. The architectural sensibility about local culture, materials and history is outstanding. The disadvantages: some improvements are possible in architectural layout, especially with entrances and circulation. And the question Efe is providing here is, what architectural strategies or spatial arrangements could embody the essence of Elstjål, a Swedish concept of blending fire and soul to describe passionate individuals who drive their communities, and foster a high school design that promotes inclusive, non-comprehensive educational environments encouraging personal growth and social interaction.
Could you please repeat the question one more time?
Okay. FAS has stated this. What architectural strategies or spatial arrangements could embody the essence of Eisdal, meaning from Swedish concept blending fire and soul to describe passionate individuals who drive their communities, and foster a high school design that promotes inclusive, non-comprehensive educational environments, encouraging personal growth and interaction?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think this Elchel idea of having these fire souls was also, so the idea was that first of all, these people of the community, they can participate in actually the construction of the building, since the idea was that all the materials could be upcycled, since Agluona has a lot of forgotten buildings that are just staying there completely empty, both wooden and brick. And then afterwards, when the building is built, also like these same people, they are participating in creating basically like life in the school, and that is visible also right now, because people who are keeping Agluon alive at the moment, these are people that are called Elchel, so basically fire souls who are dedicating their whole lives just to keep life.
Okay, thank you. Another question: how does your addition and restoration reflect the ambitious future plans about the city? Is there a connection with your aesthetic choices implying your grand perspective?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think my main focus for this folk high school was on the community, on people. So that's why I chose as a phase one this school. And so the school in general, how it looks like, it is also representing sort of this simple-ish lifestyle of Agluona community, and at the same time so that they wouldn't feel, let's say, a bit strange with this new structure. So, thanks.
Are you ready for some questions?
Yes.
I think you made a very clear presentation, easy to understand the drawings, and also your verbal presentation very clear. Thank you very much. That Agluona is an interesting place, and you also, but you're saying that there is the thesis explores the challenges and potentials of rural and peripheral areas in globalization and rapid depopulation. So people are leaving this wonderful place. So then my question is, you are taking on this school. I understand the folk high schools were closed down finally in 1940, and then they're sitting there unused, and you've been working on that and make some additions. But I'm just wondering if you're going to look at this your project is kind of both like an urban design project and an architecture project. My question is, in order to bring more life into Agluona, to bring people maybe move back in there, don't you need to do more than just look at a school?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. So first of all is that the idea, like my initial idea was that this school could be like of a very huge scale, that people from all across Latvia could come there. But at the moment, the idea is that in Latgale we have this issue that schools are being closed frequently. And so what is noticed in Agluona, for example, is that since this is one of the schools that is still standing, people from across smaller villages, they are coming there to study. So at the moment, the idea is that this school could open doors for people from smaller villages across. So they shouldn't move to Riga or some big cities, but they could move to Agluona, for instance.
So in order to bring people back in there, you think school is number one. That's the most important.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm just wondering, because quite often as architects, you're faced with the question, in order to develop a community or to restore a community, you need to create places of work. What other people say, because then people move there. What other people say that if you create some interesting housing, etc., then people move there, and then you develop business. You're focusing only on the school, and that, you think that is, well, not only, but mainly, you reckon that is what's going to attract people. I think it's just an interesting question.
Well, yes, because first of all, the thing is that in Agluona there are places for people to live. And also there are workspace, but as I mentioned before, in Latvia we have this unique thing is that educational facilities, these are the centers where everything is located. So also people from the nearby cities and villages could come there and not maybe live there, but just come there every day just to either teach children or to be taught.
But then you are relying on people coming to teach or be there and then move back again. Are you not interested in making people stay there? I mean, presume there's enough housing, probably a few abandoned houses, well, I know, but how about other facilities connected with the school to make the place even more interesting for people to stay on? Did you consider that?
That was the idea, but at the moment I chose these 4 phases as these crucial points that are sort of connected to my folk high school. But this definitely could be like the further phase, maybe the 5th one.
Okay, the last very difficult question. Do you think your project is ambitious enough for this place in order to bring life there?
I feel like yes, but it also really depends how it will be executed at the end, so how it will be created.
Well, you give me a very clear answer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your project. The following comment will be partly as from my personal view, and my ancestors are coming from Dagda. And so I very much know Agluona. I think it's extremely important case you have risen in your bachelor thesis. And not just one Agluona. There would be tens of cities in Latvia for which we would need to rethink not just a vision, but steps following up the vision. There's 2 drawings that is fantastic. The one is the scheme with the red color, how you guided us through the city, how you introduced from the basilica until the bus sport and sauna indication and until the island. And the second one is the picture up there where we see some of the visions in a sketch, top view, bird's eye view. Last 3-4 images are not really there. But one needs to work extremely hard that the miracle happens again. Considering the miracle how Agluona was made, considering is it a sacred waterfall that everyone drinks it? Is it a mysterious burger place that appears out of nowhere? He will understand what I'm speaking about. But you need to be very brave in order to make the miracle happen. You need to model. You should not be afraid of designing the miracle. You need to construct the miracle. And I really hope that you will keep on with your project. Okay? But do not be afraid to take conclusions in architectural forms and investigations, because this is where you're practiced and trained to see the problematics that you have seen. You can see the steps how to see, but it's also in your powers to generate the vision in more 3-dimensional spaces. We see a bit small sketches that could happen on a lake, and Agluona is a very fantastic place to really let the miracle happen again, with the small details as the municipality is giving bicycles for free for the tourists to drive around. There is no other municipality in the whole Latvia who gives bicycles for free just to drive around the lake. It's a magical place, but also truly do not lose your temper of modeling on the keening on and providing the visions and how it could stop, because you're stopping in 2 dimensions. The power is in 3 dimensions, and the most power will be when it's really built up. And I really believe you can do it.
Thank you.
Well, your ancestors comes from Dagda, my ancestors comes from Aglona.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so, yeah, fight is on. No. My grandmother was studying in a local gymnasium, and as far as I remember, she told about studies for Latin and Greek language, etc. And there's a huge connection between the Catholic community in Basilica, and therefore I was wondering if you have that folk school, how it connects with everything we know what happens in Aglona right now, since the city was hugely damaged during World War II. It was burned down almost. Then the second demolishment came in 1993 when John Paul II, as the late Pope, came to the city, and all the part in Aglona, besides the basilica, was made as a huge square. So the city itself is somehow damaged. So my question is, if we do know that during some kind of periods of time the Catholic community comes to the city, how this folk school is communicating with this? Is it somehow in your mind how it could use this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The idea is that some functions could be implemented from the Basilica as well, since Basilica is providing quite a lot actually when it comes to music school, and then also some choirs, and also Christian teaching. And so these things could obviously be implemented in there as well, since they are part of Aglona. Though there are different issues. For instance, that's the reason why I chose specifically this axis, is because a big chunk of Aglona belongs to the church, and they don't really allow to do many different modifications, as far as I've heard from people, because previously there have been cases where the Aglona municipality got money from European funding to renovate an old living building so that people could live there, and the church declined it. So that's why it has its own problems and also cons, but in this case, obviously, my folk school would have a connection with the Basilica and their community.
And another question is the same as it goes for each of you today. What about the general location and plans? We do see some elevations and plans and that huge scale of the city, but no surrounding regarding this particular building. Maybe you have something in mind how this folk school could, I don't know, interrogate in the, yeah, in the smaller general plan scale.
Well, I can just show you that in general, this red school located in here, I also think that the location works very well, since first of all, right next to it is located the bread museum, which is also quite famous and also provides like this traditional way of creating bread. And also on the seaside shore, most of the buildings are elderly people living there, and that's why also it is sort of opening towards them, so that, to speak, they would be inviting the elderly people also inside to work with. And then obviously, furthermore, this school is still connecting to the elementary school and this youth center, basically providing many different functions for the people to also mix up and yeah.
Anyway, I think it's a brave project which incorporates a new school and some kind of renovation, while we do know that a huge school reform in Latvia is taking place, and a lot of rural places are closing down, even in Riga. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for the project. It's it's very important what you're doing, what you're trying. But I want to ask you, am I right that in the model you didn't show the basilica?
Yes,
And why?
because unfortunately, well, the
Is it-
scale was a bit too big, so
But
it's
does
just
this
purely
need
technical.
just some centimeters addition?
Well, it's pretty much the half
Yeah?
bigger, yes.
Well, that's very that's surprising me, because you are talking about all system in Agluona, and this is a very important element. But next question is, can you explain a little bit about this internat school, or how you call it, gymnasium? Yeah.
Yeah, boarding.
This one, this white one.
The white one?
Yes.
That is, so, you mean this one?
Yes.
Yeah, that is actually Riga Gymnasium.
Yeah.
Which one? But that used to be the first default high school in Latvia.
Yes, but how it works today in your system, how it which place it takes in the development of the city of Agluona, because there is a sport activities possible. Am I right or I'm wrong? This is a school, no?
Yeah, but it is in Riga.
In Riga?
That's an example.
No. It's okay. Sorry, but there is also one big school, internat school in Agluona. That's one.
Yes.
There is no another one. That was internat.
There is an elementary school here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and this is the old school that, well, as my mom said, when she was younger, she was studying here. Since this building was just built, dormitory.
Okay, then I'm wrong. I sorry for that. In my mind there is another school here in Agluona, but probably I'm wrong. Yeah, thank you for your job. It's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you for your proposal, because I feel it's very first necessary, very good researched, and also very good proposal how to implement in reality such. Here I would really use that community involvement. It's usually in projects, but this is reality for community involvement. So thank you very much for this. Just one question, as for a person who is not very common with Agluona, since I was only once like in childhood. Please explain more about this. I understand what is happening between Basilica and school on the mainland, but how the islands are connected with this one. It's also here, and you told about the water facilities which would be needed. I'm not arguing that they are not needed, but what is happening on these islands, why they are so necessary to be included in this city's network and functionality? Thank you.
Thank you. So the island that you can see in the model, that is called Upursala, and this island actually needs to be connected because it has already created like this trail all around it, so it has already built structures basically on it. The only issue is that it is not very connected with the mainland. There are possibilities during the summer also to rent, well, not rent, to get for free like these catamarans. But there should be more connection in between not only maybe the beach, but all throughout the mainland itself. Yeah, and then it can be also walked to during the winter when the lake is frozen. But again, due to safety measures in the past few years, schools don't do that anymore. So again, some other potential should be created in order to connect this
But
main
there are
island.
no people living.
No, because it's a protected area. It used to be, it's actually an archaeological site. It used to have like a prehistorical human, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Notice your presentation, very clear, and introduction and explanation and presentation. And the phases that you talked about and their implementation and the strategy made a lot of sense. And I just wanted to comment on the architecture, your intervention. The architectural language is very interesting. Someone may just say it's just simple, but there's a sophistication to the simplicity. And in this image on the right-hand side, where you have the school, and then on the right is your proposed volume. And to me, this works best in comparison to the two-dimensional drawings, because you see these very emotive-like windows with these white frames, and the language reminds me a little bit like Aldo Rossi, where you're not actually one of these postmodernists that are making these really decorative buildings, but you have a very restrained language, yet it connects to the context. And I think that you should take that and develop that and go with that, because that image right there lets me understand what kind of language you would use if you were to go further and develop this design. And I think that's very successful. And then the other thing in Latvia's history regarding identity, and if you go back to the in Vidzeme with the Brethren movement, they had over 100 sajiešanas, or gathering places. And from that, the whole Latvian identity and education and writing and literature blossomed, which led to Latvia's also identity and use of the language. And to me, I think using language as using education as a starting point, and using that as the fire to bring on, because it's upstream. Education is upstream from research. Research is upstream from innovation. Innovation is upstream from business. And so if you can take those phases as well, you can get that life into a community. So yeah, thank you for your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. As the next presenter, I'll ask Kevin Marker come up. Next presenter, Kevin Markers, and his scientific supervisor, Reiji Kobayashi, Master in Engineering and Master in Architecture. Kevin, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello, my name is Kevin. I did my bachelor's thesis on prefabricated housing as a tool for social and economic recovery in Ukraine's post-war rebuilding efforts. I'll start off with 3 case studies that I use as examples. There is Dorthvai in Copenhagen. It is affordable modular housing with a striking architecture, and the units are stacked to maximize living space, and the design is primarily focused on shared space on the ground floor. And then there's Sneglehusen in Aarhus, which is focused on sustainable modular construction. It uses energy efficient features like passive solar design by its curved shape. And then the final case study is Japanese modular homes in post the 2011 earthquake. These were built quickly within like 4 to 6 weeks to help displaced families, and they incorporated elements like tatami flooring to help people feel familiar and comfortable. And quickly speak about the social and economic benefits of this prefabricated housing in Ukraine. For social benefits, shared spaces like garden and community areas help people to connect and rebuild trust after the displacement. And for economic benefits, using local materials like timber from West Ukraine can create jobs and support local industries, and the creation of factories for the modular housing also creates additional jobs. And the fast construction reduces costs and meets the urgent needs. And for the specific location I chose, it's Saltivka in Kharkiv, which Kharkiv is Ukraine's second largest city. I chose Kharkiv because of its proximity to Russian border and the high population, making it a key area for building. And Saltivka especially was damaged by heavy shelling, leaving people without homes. Saltivka's suburban layout provides plenty of space for modular housing development. It's also close to key infrastructure like schools, hospitals, and transport networks, although those require reconstruction as well alongside the housing. And for the master plan I designed, buildings are arranged around a central park and playground for social gatherings and interaction, and it creates a safe space for their children to play. And there's parking spots that slightly intrude into this green space. That was done to ensure a more convenient access to buildings due to post-war recovery being forefront of my thought. Because people have been given disabilities due to this shellings that they received. And my floor plans cater to different family sizes. There is single and couple size, which is just open living plan. Open living, dining and kitchen, optimized just for either one person or 2 people. And then there is the 2-bedroom apartment, which is perfect for small families with open living, dining and kitchen again, and allowing for privacy. Both bedrooms are opposite ends. And then there is the 4-bedroom apartment. It caters to larger families or multi-generational families. The unit is designed as a two-story apartment, and there's a clear separation of space. One floor features a dining room, the other features a living room. And on the ground floor there is shared amenities like a laundry area, recreation room, and storage space. This is the laundry room, recreation area, and the storage space. These are the others. And on the rooftop there is gardening plots for residents to grow their own vegetables or just grow plants for their well-being, and another recreation area that is outdoors. On to the modular system of the building. Each module is 3.7 meters in width, 3.2 meters in height, and 13.7 meters in length, just enough to fit on a semi-truck flatbed for easy transport. Each unit would be constructed off-site to allow for greater precision and reduced material waste. This also cuts down on construction time on-site. And this can be seen up here. Once the modules are assembled on-site to create complete apartments, for example, these four modules here, those combined make the 4-bedroom apartment. And as for the single and 2-bedroom apartments, they have to be stacked next to each other in order to increase their size. And then moving on to the wood frame of the building. Each module is constructed with a wood framing that is sourced locally, and this wood framing is treated with fire retardant materials, and each module interior is designed with fire rated walls, floors, and ceilings to prevent fire from spreading to other units. And there is the prefabricated concrete core. It houses the main stairs and elevator, and the fact that it's made out of reinforced concrete is for safety during emergency situations. That would be it.
Thank you. I will proceed with your reviewers' comments. Your reviewer, Reinis Predelis, Master in Architecture, has evaluated your work positively. The positive qualities of your E-part. The work is extensive with several important perspectives on the topic. The disadvantages. The author has developed a broad but fragmented range of topics with a strong focus on political and economical aspects. This gives the impression of several untapped opportunities that will help to provide an excellent theoretical basis for the development of Part B. The presentation of the topics balances on the verge of superficiality, quantity over quality. There is a distinct lack of in-depth analysis of real-world examples, from the causes of ideas, necessities, to detailed decisions for the development of effective implementation of architectural solutions in situ in similar environments. And for the B part, positive qualities, the author has chosen very actual topic, and the disadvantages and imperfections. Perhaps an inappropriate approach has been chosen to address the topic, which results in a significant number of unused opportunities in architectural and environmental design. in the creation of human living environments, where in this particular case it would be advisable to pay closer attention to care for the result. And the questions from Rain is looking at the specific analysis of the proposed task, reflect on your conclusions of examination of the integration of local architectural and community-specific elements as a part of design process in your project.
So I didn't take much inspiration for the facade. That was done more modern and sleek. But for cultural things, I took the fact that they enjoy their gardening and social interaction. That's the reason why I added the rooftop gardening. They can have their garden and communicate during that time. There's also the recreation area on the ground and top floor where they can spend their time with each other, which I understood that they enjoy to do if they are neighbors.
Okay. I have another question. Knowing the structural solutions provided by the author are timber frame, prefabricated structures stuck on each other, would you please describe fire safety measures that, if any, have been introduced in this project or would have been to be introduced in the future?
I think I already answered that on this slide. I refer to fire safety.
I can ask another question. Would you please name a brief explanation of practical implementations of following statement? Briefly explain the site plan layout.
Site plan, I did that.
A little bit louder, please.
I did the site plan, did I not? It was in this section.
Can you talk about it? Explain it?
Well, I can go in further detail, yes. So the roads I kept as original, as it would have been cheaper to just repair these roads rather than construct completely new roads. And if I were to change direction of like placement of buildings, as my reviewer recommended, I would lose out on the fact that these buildings are placed in the original areas where buildings were, so the original foundation still exists, meaning I don't need to pour concrete in to create a new foundation.
Okay, I have another question. What energy-saving technologies have been introduced in the project?
Let's go here on the rooftop, although it looks like glass, I did that so you could see what is there. This area here would be solar panels so that they could provide energy to supplement the energy consumed by the apartments or just used to power the communal spaces, like the laundry. And the use of wood and mineral wool would maintain a decent indoor temperature during winter.
Okay, I'll proceed with Jory.
Well, my apologies, I will start. Well, at least 100 years have passed since we introduced mass housing. So I thought that during this 21st century we will produce something more, I don't know, innovative. But maybe then you can explain what are the differences between your proposal and what we have seen, and also regarding the master plan, because what I see that you're just copying the master plan arrangement from the 1970s.
For the master plan, I didn't change the location of buildings. I added parking lots, parking spaces, and I made the park area and children's playground. And as for the other part of the question, I'm not too sure it differs greatly, as I was mostly thinking about maintaining a low-cost idea for my design. I could have been more creative in certain aspects, but I went with this because I found it to be a cheaper method or option.
Okay. And the last question from my side, remind me, how did you choose that particular place in that city? Is it totally destroyed or what?
That specific area is very heavily damaged, so like around 80% of it is destroyed.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know architect Lebbeus Woods?
No, but I'll look into
No?
it.
Lebbeus Woods is a very fascinating architect who spent the time during Sarajevo bombing, and he have written many interesting books about radical reconstruction and so on. And I wanted to read 2 sentences of one of the books, War and Architecture. Architecture and war are not incompatible. Architecture is war. War is architecture. This to be said, I would really recommend to see what and how Lebbeus Woods were using the ruins of different kind of destroyed objects, items, houses, and configured them in a new assembly.
Okay.
Within trying to heal the trauma. Please try to get in the literature of Lebbeus Woods. It will help you to maybe deal in a more responsible way with this very disastrous theme that is war.
Yeah, okay. I will look into it, thank you.
Well, it's obviously quite a sensitive topic, which I think is good that you are focusing on. At the same time, this, I understand, is a site which is completely, well, starting from scratch, put it that way. You have suggested using modular housing to speed it up, maybe even cheaper, maybe achieve other advantages. So I would like to focus more on your architectural solutions. Is that all right? Now, first, if we look at the master plan you see here on the screen, as you said, you quite deliberately arranged it in clusters and in various sizes. But if I look at your plans on the right-hand side there, yes. I can see something. The rooms at the bottom, put it that way, are they meant to be indoor event rooms? As well, you had it on the screen.
This floor, yes.
Yeah, and what about if moving along? Do those, the next one with the tables, do they belong to the apartments above or not?
This one?
Yeah.
This is a shared space for everyone to use. It can be used for children to play indoors or...
Yeah, but your master plan shows the location of the houses, but in fact, a lot of them are facing north.
Yes.
That means that nearly all the apartments on the upper part are north facing, no sun.
Yes.
Is that deliberate?
No, that is something I also noticed, and I didn't have the time to fix it, and I completely understand that it's not right to do that.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because you put a lot of effort into this. You've done some beautiful drawings, very easy to understand, good graphics, but I wonder just the way you organize those houses when nearly all of them are the north facing. And we don't do that anymore. Now, another final question. If you go back to the site plan, and I can see how you accommodated the cars. In fact, you can hardly see them because they're disappearing in the dark there. But in order to, if you leave your house into the park, you must have to cross car park. You know, lines of cars all the way along. Did you consider develop some more interesting facilities, spaces inside the, if you like, the large courtyard, and more easily accessible from the apartments, not having to cross the lines of cars? Did you consider that or not? Oh.
Because that would be much more easy for people to get to their apartments.
Oh.
But that would do more damage to the feel of the apartment, in my opinion. Because at least you get the vegetation in the front with this aspect.
Yeah. No, I can see. I just wonder because you got quite a large space inside.
Yeah.
And it could have possibly been possible to move the cars to one end, so it didn't have to go everywhere. But if I look at two perspectives, I think the houses and that perspective look very good. I think it's very convincing. I think you've done a good job. But I can't help noticing, especially the upper one, that you are focusing more on the road and the cars than on the houses.
I have here at the indoor shots.
Oh. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you have done a very good job. I mean, you know, even the perspectives are good and the drawings, and you did it. But maybe some of my question would be possible to rethink. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your job. It's important what you are doing, what you are trying to do. I want to ask you a very practical thing. Are you familiar with rules or, let's say, regulations in Ukraine? Is it possible to build four-story wooden building in Ukraine by the law? Did you study this situation and the law in the Ukraine? Because, for example, about number of cars which is needed, about heights of buildings in the wood construction, such as things. If you propose such an interesting, let's say, structural system, must be based on the law.
Yes, I made that structural system so that it could be.
It is allowed for floors in the wood in Ukraine.
If you use this, yes.
No, but by the law. We have, in Riga, we have limited 18 meters. Mm-hmm. It's the last point where you can build last floor with a wooden structure. Mm-hmm. What is in Ukraine?
I don't know the exact...
Probably it's not realistic, no? Till last year, we have only 2 floors allowed in our country, for example. In Norway, they built in higher buildings, but I don't know how it is Ukraine. Are you familiar with that?
I'm trying to remember.
Thank you for actual topic and sad topic actually, but my question also will be related to the rules. Since that I know by heart that in Ukraine every building should be built with shelter, underground shelter, bomb shelter, or not.
I did not read anything like that. So
that's what I know. And my question is, in this case, regarded also the site plan, since you said that just all buildings were bombed, and you are like restoring the same what was, but if you have to have underground shelter, it makes sense that you are actually digging out everything in that area. So you have a blank page and you can start from the beginning. So just imagine if you have such an beginning, so will you still restore this plan, what was like city as it was mentioned in 1970s, or you would then create something new and what it would be? Thank you.
Yes.
I got a little bit lost there at the end, I'm sorry.
Well, since principally you have to dig out everything to build new basements for the buildings. Yes. You can't build on existing buildings, on existing basements or leftovers. So you have like a blank page everywhere. Mm-hmm. Will you still keep, you said that you are just putting on the same basements new buildings.
Mm-hmm.
But principally, you have to dig them out. There are no, because you have to install those shelters underground. So you are starting with the like big pit and just building a new city or new city blocks. Will you still make those buildings, in case if you are not using old basements, you would still make this shape of 1970s or maybe try to do something else?
It's a difficult question.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry that I can't answer.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. Listening to the presentation, I mean, obviously the topic is relevant. All of the immediate needs that people have after war. If something is, like, as you said, 80% destroyed or 100% destroyed, you have to provide immediate roof, you need water, and you need power so that people can even begin to exist in a war-torn territory. And I understand one logic where, okay, if I have existing foundations, I can go quickly rebuild with modular units and get everybody into houses as quick as possible. But then I look at the long term, and then I look at Helvi's comment on war's architecture, Archer's war, how are we going to heal people, how are we going to intervene and rebuild so people can actually be healed through the process. And then that's the dilemma here, because I think in one sense, these are two questions that have to be solved. And I think you've just looked at this very pragmatic, sort of simplified solution where we just copy and build quickly, but not really think about the quality of living and what those people need to have after experiencing the war, right? And so all the comments we heard up until now, they're all really valuable critiques, because I don't understand what is your value proposition. What is the value that you are bringing here outside of providing immediate shelter, okay? But there needs to be something beyond that, okay? Otherwise, if I look at it clearly as looking at a building system, looking at these layouts, except for the fact the ones that are facing north function, but there's something more, there needs to be something more than just that, right? So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We'll move forward with Anastasia Shakele.
Sorry for like not giving it in advance.
Yes.
Anastasia Šakale and her scientific supervisors, Reinis Prēdelis, Master in Architecture. Please, Anastasia, explain about your thesis.
Thank you. So I'm going to start. Hello, my name is Anastasia Šakale. Today I'm going to introduce my bachelor thesis. So my bachelor thesis consists of the two parts. A is called the renovation and repurposing of historical buildings and preserving of spirit of place. And the B part is renovation and repurposing of Karosta Maneža. For the first part, I was exploring theory about exploring historical buildings, preservation in the modern context, and empirical study on adaptive reuse and preservation, which explores main strategies for the best way to preserve and reuse historical buildings. And a B part called renovation and repurposing of Karosta Maneža, where I'm using the strategies to preserve and renovate Karosta Maneža. The main aim of the project is to create a space that bridges the past and the present, transforming the Karosta Maneža into a vibrant cultural center. The space will serve diverse community needs by integrating educational areas for learning and the workshops, exhibition spaces for showcasing art and history, and wellness zones for recreation and well-being. So to understand better how I can renovate and preserve the Karosta Maneža, I was exploring 3 case studies. The first one was the Museum Art Center, which was the cork factory, and nowadays that's a modern art center. Now, the second case study, Tate Modern Gallery, which was Power Station, and now it's Tate Modern Art Gallery. And the third one, Kajaksa Forum Barcelona, which was textile factory, and nowadays multidisciplinary cultural space. So, project overview. The location of the project is in the Zemgale Street 15, Karosta district, Liepaja, Latvia. Purpose to transform the historical gymnastic hall into a multifunctional cultural center, make educational spaces, exhibition areas, and also wellness facilities. Preserve historical architecture while adding modern infrastructure, also separate into floors, and preserve spirit of place of the building. So why I'm choosing this building and this site, because I'm originally from the Liepaja, originally from the Karosta district, and I was living there 18 years, and I saw this building many times, and I was thinking, why the people don't do anything with this building? It's just empty and abandoned. So the Karosta Maneža was originally built as a gymnastic hall for the Marines, later serving multiple roles. It functioned as a church with an altar, and during large festivals, it hosted feasts for thousands of soldiers. Now this building is abandoned and not using, now only facades are preserved and also a chimney. Here's some key features of the Karosta Maneža. It built from the red brick material, large window openings, a rectangular shape, and preserved chimney. I also make some site analysis because to understand what is around the Karosta Maneža, the first map explores the significant places like school, church, water tower, and etc. Also, you can see that in the second map there is a lot of residential area and also industrial area, some public transport and pedestrian walks, and the sun position. So the conceptualization of the land plot for the Karosta Maneža focused on the preserving historical heritage while integrating modern functionality to create dynamic community-centered space. The project aims to transform the site into a dynamic community-centered space and make a multifunctional cultural and recreational space. So here you can see the conceptualization diagrams. Existing situation, make 3 main areas, split for the 2 floors, and make structure and the roof. Conceptualization also is for the land plot for the Karosta Maneža to make a new vegetation and some other areas like emotional, social, and active areas. Make the Karosta Maneža accessible for everybody, for students, for elderly people, for tourists and families residents. main areas. As you can see, it's separated, as I said, to study, exhibition, and wellness areas. And the second floor make 2 mezzanines with the study and the wellness. This is the master plan, which I make for the Karoste Manege site. As you can see, there is new green areas, delivery area for the exhibition area, cafeterias, playground, and bicycle parkings. This is the first floor for the Karoste Manege site. Here we can see, sorry for the quality, on the one side there is a library and the art studio. In the middle is exhibition area, and here we can see the play room for the kids, and this is the gym. Also, I was thinking about a different use of exhibition areas. For exhibition big area, not only for the exhibition, but it can also be used for events, concerts, and art galleries. This is the second floor, which makes 2 mezzanines. On the one side, where is the green, there is big open co-working space and meeting rooms. And here is a table tennis area, aerobic area, and yoga area. Here is the circulation diagram of the first and second floor, and big section cut, which shows the almost all areas on the first and the second floor. This is the section cut AA and section cut BB. Section cut AA shows the cut of the exhibition area and my vision how it can be looked. Section cut BB, which shows on the second floor co-working space. Here is the reading areas, whole way with the chess playing area, and also the vision how looks co-working space here. This is the axonometry view. Here we can see the preservation structure, which will be saved. This is the new structure with the firms for the roof and 2 glassed new structures, and also a new roof with additional openings. Also, south elevation and north elevation, and also the vision of the Karoste Manege. And that is the west elevation and the east elevation, when we can see, sorry about the quality, here you also can see, new glass structure on the other side, and also some vision of the cafeteria, of the land plot from the courtyard, and from the Zemgala Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. I'll proceed with your reviewer remarks. Jānis Leinīgs, doctor in architecture, has evaluated your work positively with the positive qualities. Case studies are comparable on the base of the ownership. The Museum Art Center in Latvia, Caixa Forum Barcelona in Spain, and the Tate Modern in the United Kingdom are of different size and ownership. Museum Art Center is private. For Tate Modern is state pay for Tate Modern, the state pay for the site, and Caixa Forum is sponsored by the Catalan Bank. That's the positive qualities and imperfections. Case studies are not comparable by the size. And what comes to the B part, positive qualities, the program including a gym for fitness training, a yoga studio for mindfulness, studio for gymnastics, and open spaces for cultural community events is well prepared. There are no disadvantages stated. And the question from your reviewer is, you wrote, creating socially significant spaces is impossible without taking into account the opinions of those for whom spaces are designed. This includes dialogue, with residents, partnerships with local organizations, and taking into account the requests of potential users. Have you got a dialogue with residents and organizations in Liepāja?
Thank you for the question. So, yes, I have spoken with the local residents. However, I was unable to have a conservation with organization. Now I will elaborate. I did not conduct a formal interview or a large-scale survey. This was because long before starting my research and designing the building, I already had a clear vision of the project I want to develop. So, however, in order to align with the idea that an architect should engage in dialogue with the residents and organization, I conducted a small-scale survey as a formality, speaking with about 15 people. So the response I received are not included in the presentation or the thesis itself, as they were mostly irrelevant to my work and did not provide any significant insights. And as for organizations, if we talk about them, I reached out to 3 businesses located close to Liepāja Manege as Janssen Metals and ZTB Factory, and requesting a discussion regarding the future on the building. So unfortunately, my requests were declined, which is why in my particular case, a dialogue with organization did not take place.
Okay. Many thanks for presentation. I did enjoy how you went through the research and case studies. So not much from my side, just congratulations on particularly clear concept and vision and all the panels and the model. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot for your presentation. I have a question. When the building is running, it's built, it's running, it's working, does this building needs to have an extra funding from the state, or it can self-sufficiently generate some rents or so on? Or as from the previous year references, as Museum, London Tate, you need to bring in a lot of money from the state or other private supports in order to run the space. How is your space run? By whom?
I think this building has a lot of options like survey or not survey by ourselves. So I think that this building needs to work like whole days, not only when it is exhibition areas or something other stuff. So I think this project, this building can survive by itself. But also, as we see, the project is the big, and firstly, it needs some partners which can give the money and make this project, because like people, residents can just our money take and make it. Yeah, so I need I need the sponsors for this building, but I hope sponsors will be. Thank you.
I think you have a lot of sponsors here.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I was thinking about the good English term, like you're saying you have crossed the T's and dotted the I's. Is that all you've done? Yes, you've done more than that. You have certainly crossed the T's and dotted the I's. You have done some beautiful graphics, a nice design, extremely well presented, also verbally. I think you've done everything. You have crossed the T's and dotted the I's. But it is so well done in so many ways that I keep asking myself, what else should you have done? And you filled the existing structure, which is very beautiful, in a clever way. I think you've done a nice site plan, which has got a nice movement in it, wonderful, as a contrast to the very rectilinear building. But my only question is, when you make some additions, you got addition on both sides, alongside, yeah? Some light structure. I can see it very clearly on the model, a very beautiful model as well. I'm just wondering, were you tempted to do something, I wouldn't say contrasting, but something, a new addition, which was not so, if you like, fitting in with the existing structure? Would you consider in some other forms to make saying, well, this is what I've done, this is existing, but I have added something, giving a new bit of new lease of life, if you like. Were you tempted to do that, or did you feel that your addition should also be as rectilinear as the existing building?
You mean these two glass extensions? Yeah.
Because that's the only extension you can see on the outside, which is new, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's also a rectangular shape, and it's goes out from the preserved structure. But when I was developing these structures, I thought maybe it's also a good way to make the structure as a preserved structure, and make also the facade, which is taking from the preserved structure. But then my research was there is a strategies for preserving historical buildings and the facades and etc. And one of the strategies is to make something modern and make it with the preserved structures. People need to see that big amount of facade are saved, but there is some two glass structures which are new one, and they was making because of the extension of the exhibition space, and also the space for the lobby and the for the welcoming zone for the people. So I think glass structures in my project is one of the best way how to show that we have preserved structure, but we have also something new.
Well, I can see that. I know that's done. You have added something new, but very careful, subordinate to the main structure. You have not wanted to kind of make a new statement. And my question to you is that necessarily the right way of doing it? I'm not saying you should create a great contrast, but you could do something which was not so respectful of the existing structure. Or am I going too far?
You mean exactly the shape, or
it could
the
be a curve? It could be, you know,
yeah,
to say
it
this
could
is
be.
this is created today. This is an old building.
Yeah,
and benefit together.
But I think that these glass shapes on the other side, especially extend the exhibition area, which is centered, and it's clear, visible for the people which are going. They will know that there is three main spaces. For the one side, it's study, centered is the exhibition area, and the other side is the wellness area.
Well, what you're really saying, you're very respectful to existing building, and I'm very respectful to your good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I have one question. I just was looking through all the old pictures regarding this particular building, and what I found that it was meant for approximately even 4,000 people making huge parties during the imperial period. Yeah, so I was just curious, repeating the question Ola said, we have only ruins from that building, and you're using all of the ruins as a new object. Have you thought of the scale of the building? Probably some parts of that could be used just exposing all the walls and not building it wholly, just exposing something to the outside, because now you have fully replicated how it was.
Thank you for the question. So when I thought about this building and what we can to do, of course, the scale is the big. That's why I was thought about we can build first floor at all, and that's why in the second floor there is only 2 mezzanines, which are not making the whole second floor structure because the building is very large and high. So that's why where in the second floor where is no floors, like here where is a library, where is a gym, and where is a exhibition area, there will be big ceilings, 10, approximately 10 meters. And other structure, which is new, the second floor, is making like 2 mezzanines to not compress the building heights and the volume, but make second floor because the heights, like it's improving, like we can make the second floor. Yeah, so maybe it also can make that, maybe we don't need these, for example, parts or these parts, but when I was making the program for this building, I was also thinking about what we don't have in the Karosta district. In the Karosta district, at this moment, no cafeteria, no gym, no library, not everything. And there is a lot of people, residents, families, especially my family, and we are living there, especially my family. I'm thinking about myself, yeah. And in the 10 years, the Karosta district is making like more and more industrial. You can see it. And I don't see this district as industrial. I see this district more residential, more special, and it will be special for the Liepaja because everybody in the Liepaja know the district Karosta as like something abandoned, something industrial, where is only pier and St. Neville Cathedral, and that's all. And I think we can make this Karosta district better, and people will know that, oh yeah, in Liepaja they have a Karosta district where is a very nice, very good cultural center. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll have social center and the Temple of Light.
Thank you for your job. It's very clear. You did a very clear scheme, and I want to just to clarify. Am I right that these mezzanines are not connecting to the peripheral walls? It's separated.
They are connecting with the windows. We can see it here. They connected with the beams and the glass hole.
Okay.
So people also in the second floor, they can walk, and it connected with the a window where is circled. They are connected here. So in the facade, it's not damaged. Like it looks.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, thank you for that. And
Yeah.
in the perspective, interior perspective, we see that structure for the new roof is separated from the walls. Am I right?
Yes.
Columns is
Yes.
inside the wall. Yeah?
Yeah. I will show.
Oh, very good. Yes.
So if you want, you can see. Take the roof
Where,
off,
where the
please.
columns is for the roof?
You can see them.
Yeah,
There is here.
please.
Yes.
And firms is in the
Realistic and the right decision because
Yep.
no other way how to do. Otherwise, it
Yeah.
will be very very complicated. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I do not have any questions. I have just to say thank you for one quote you said, that especially in your work, we can see that architects' proactive involvement in the community building. Thank you very much for this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anastasia. wonderful presentation. Very clear how you communicated it, and how you've presented the design and your intent, and well defended. And the questions, how you answered them, was very convincing. So really, congratulations on that. I just had a question. The lower glass volume. Are those windows now like archways? Can you pass through them as archways, or is it only at one location that you can enter in there?
Sorry, what you mean, like this?
This glass volume here?
Yeah, this?
Yeah, can you pass through
Yes.
those archways, or are the windows still there?
So here is the main entry
Yes.
lobby.
And you can pass through, right?
Yeah, pass through here and here. There is no doors, just only open space.
Right, so you took the windows out so you can walk through like archways.
There wasn't windows, like I make it.
So they're all doors.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. No, I just thought if you open that up, that is very good, because that window can be transformed, and it acts as an as a gallery where you can pass through both sides. Okay, good. And then another thing I want to say, this is for you and also for the students to know. I mean, I see how far you've come from first year until now, and you no, this is a compliment. And you have listened, you have taken notes, you have gone to consultations many times to get advice, to hear how to get input, and you actually have listened and you've done it, and this proves your growth, and it's really congratulations for your efforts. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Next presenter, Valds Zaķis. Next presenter, Valds Zaķis, and his scientific supervisor, Efe Dujana, PhD, architecture.
Are we waiting for?
Yes, we should wait this.
Yes. Hello, my name is Valts Zatis. Today I will tell you about my bachelor's diploma project in architecture. The chosen topic is variety of space and social interactions in mid-density housing blocks, SIA avoti residences in Lizums. My supervisor for the project is also F. Adrian. So, countryside areas, villages are going actually to bankrupt because of no work. In this case, work is more than workers in the village, therefore a lot of people are traveling every day far distances to Lizums to work. So the goal is to find the reasons why people are traveling those distances to home and improve the environment with increased variety of space and social interaction points. So Lizums actually is really powerful, economically powerful village. There are a few really powerful companies like Rairu, they are working with forestry. There is Avoti, which is working with carpentry, wood chipping, solar panel electrostations, and also cogeneration. Then there is also Dimdini, which works with architectural agriculture. Sorry. And a lot of people are traveling those far distances to Lizums. For example, to SIA avoti, there are 113 people which are traveling every day more than 30 kilometers to work. And when analyzing the variety of space and the interaction points, for example, between Lizums and Gulbene, it has been concluded that in Lizums, actually there are buildings for entertainment and hobbies, there is available education, there is shops and services, but there are no housing. There are no houses, no apartments for sale. By increasing the amount of housing in Lizums, people who could move to Lizums would drive less cars and increase the local economy just by living there. Therefore, it has been chosen to make a project for new housing in Lizums. One of the most important choices for choosing the land plot was it is owned by the government, because the project developed on government's land plot, and government is investing at least 50% of the project costs. Then, if they are investing those 50%, then local companies actually would like to also invest the rest 50% of the construction costs. So in the end, it has been concluded, also taking in account the public car traffic, noise. Also, it has been chosen to take this part as the project land plot. So the potential location is 2.5 acres big. It also includes a working water tower. The problem with the water tower, it is actually varied really out. It is varied out by 80%, and also the terrain. The terrain is also quite filled in the land plot. On those 240 meters horizontally, we have 8.5 meters of rise. So the goal was to make a living space that would be feel like a city. It could be done with mid-density housing blocks, put it close to each other, increase the variety of space by putting the buildings in a chaotic order, rebuild the tower, water tower, use the terrain in the project, and include construction elements in the facades as well. And also the buildings have also to include some cheap living space for the local workers. So in this slide we can see the buildings are split in 3 parts, A, B, C. Each part is approximately 350 square meters in size, and each part has 3 different apartments as well. The building is projected in 3 floors above the ground, and then there is also 1 basement floor. Above the entrances over here, we can see also there is put above the entrance stairs, there is put the roof, and also some bicycle storage. And also in the background we can see the reconstructed water tower. The water tower will use also the same materials as the buildings for blending in. And here we can see the basement plan, which includes a room for every apartment's belongings. So we can see these are for the belongings, and then there are some laundry rooms, 2 game rooms, and a small gym as well. The construction of the building in the lowest part will be made out of reinforced concrete constructions, but the upper part will be out of CLT or cross-laminated timber constructions. The building facades also includes these steel constructions. In the facades we can see them also here, here, and here, and also for the rest part. Those are for the ventilation, water pipes, and heating pipes. So yeah, they are put on the facades here as well. And then there is also some social benefits from the project. So it increased the choice of apartments in the village. Local companies are ready to partly invest in the realization of the project. It's a reconstructed water tower, improved environment, new neighborhood cooperative for maintenance of the block, and also it will be reducing the CO2 emissions by not driving the cars from the city to the village, but people could live in the village. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll read your reviewers, Liena Šiliņas, Master in Architecture's review. She has evaluated your work positively. So the positive qualities in the A part, the author has conducted interviews with the municipality and the CEO of the company, analyzed relevant norms, and examined the local context. This comprehensive approach demonstrates a strong understanding of topic and underlying issues. The research follows the necessary structure, beginning with the abstract table of contents and proceeding through the chapters and subchapters, concluding with the final conclusions and the list of references. Disadvantages and imperfections. The author has not fully explored the intriguing topics suggested by the research title. The theoretical background is insufficient, and the text would benefit from more in-depth analysis and thoughtful consideration. And B part, positive qualities. The topic of the project and the scope of the program are highly relevant for a bachelor thesis. The author has successfully developed apartment building layouts that can be rotated in various directions on the site plan without altering the internal layout. This demonstrates a thoughtful approach to flexibility in design. The author also shows a deep understanding of the building's structural components. The disadvantages and imperfections. The overall impression of the building seems underdeveloped. The sections of the buildings do not show any windows. The positioning and size of the openings are very uniform, not aligning with the orientation towards south or north. What is more, some interior spaces lack adequate sunlight. The analysis is not presented on the boards, but it's included in the part A. And going further with the questions from Liena. The question, what variety of spaces can mid-density housing blocks provide for their residents and for the local community?
There are different apartment types can provide also different variety. For example, in this case, we are working with like a dormitory type apartments because if there is the local companies are actually working with small wages, so people will have also will need a cheap place to live. So I have developed that here would be a dormitory type apartment. The variety of space can be achieved with differently located buildings to each other. It makes more dynamic and different views from inside and outside the buildings. The location of the plot is also put on the highest point of the village. Therefore, the village could see this quality architecture as well. It would show that the village is also economically powerful. It's because the building is put on one of the highest points of the village as well. Yeah.
Okay, and another question. What additional qualities does this apartment building offer to residents that are not currently available in Lizums? Why would someone, aside from saving time on their commute, choose to move here from Gulbene?
Actually, in Gulben estate, in last decade, I would say there are no new apartment buildings. So this would be also a great choice for new people coming in the state. So they would have a choice to have actually completely new apartment. That would be one point, I think. And as in the presentation, it told in Lizums are buildings for hobbies, entertainment, available education, and shops, restaurants and services, and new people coming in the village only will village would only get positive things if new people are coming in the village. So yeah.
Thank you. Now the community, please, you can ask your questions.
Well, thank you for presentation. It's when I see the project like this, I think about again Brave New World. It's kind of a utopic community. What I imagine there. Why? Because I can't tell, but maybe you can tell how many people will live there. And when we imagine dormitories, there's for sure genders, like men are living along men and women are living along, I think, women. So here we have 4 modules, and maybe you could explain more about how this community will be there, how many people will live there.
In this like block, we have almost 100 apartments, and so if we have, for example, in the apartment, in the dormitory would be 5 people living. I cannot say a precise number now, but
well, you do understand your project and you can easily count.
Then it would be like 10, 30. It would be about 90, close to 90 people in one building. So it's 250, about something like that.
Okay, so it's 120 women, 120 men.
It was not looked that way.
Well,
But
why is
actually-
my question? Because I think when you design something like this, then you know exactly why you're doing that. You know that, I don't know, probably mostly men will work at the factory and they will handle some kind of things. And also the usage of such kind of small rooms is, maybe you can explain why are you choosing the minimum for this?
Because in the local factories there are the workers are actually quite low paid, so that was then they will have also lower rent. So yeah.
Yeah, the lower the rent, the smaller the room. Okay. Have you thought about some other typologies? Because we are now seeing only one typology. So
no, there are. So we have a dormitory type building apartment. Then we have a 2-bedroom apartment, and then there is one big apartment with 1 bedroom.
without windows.
Without windows? No, there are windows.
The bedroom.
Bedroom, yeah, bedroom is without windows.
Yes,
In this case, yeah.
it's said that living in a dark space and having good sleep is useful. Okay, good. Does it somehow make it strange for you that this particular typology you're using is not innovative, is not modern, is not even human? Yeah. Not human, but it's not suitable for 21st century. It reminds me a bit about this socialism or some kind of really Chinese factory working life. So therefore, I was asking maybe some kind of other typology you have thought about. Otherwise, those minimum bedrooms and minimum rooms are a bit strange. For just my comment. Maybe you have something other in mind.
In the beginning, it was I started with that every floor could be with different apartment types, but we in the end we concluded that because we are really thinking about the price of and the costs of the construction. Therefore, we concluded that it would be better if we are using every floor would be the same. Therefore, this was the one we chose.
Okay, thank you, Elvis.
Yeah, I would really want to elaborate on what Linda was starting to sketch in with the Brave New World, and I think your project, you should ask yourself also, what is the Lizumi dream? You know, we have American dream, we might have European dream, but what is Gulben and Lizumi dream? Can we sit on a rooftop, drink our virgin mojito, smoke CBD, and watch the sunset going down? Can we go in sauna and chill? This is exactly all possibilities, as strange as they get, as strange our hobbies can be. They are part of our chill out time from working. Mm-hmm. This is a bit, this moment we do not see, I think Linda also is trying to pointing out very clearly this moment of rest, mm-hmm. of the free time. We are sleeping 1/3 of the life, we are working 1/3 of the life, and this 1/3 we are spending there. Mm-hmm. You know, and yes, all of these things to drink the virgin mojito we can do, but we as an architect, we can also design very cheaply a place to drink the virgin mojito and watch the sunset. But this is up to you as the designer to not just implement the lowest price of the real estate in order to satisfy the companies, the municipality, but also to inspire. Mm-hmm. The money is not the only thing that inspires human being, okay? And the dream is the one thing that you can also try to sell. But even better is to generate it.
Well, I think that the typology of dormitories is pretty cool to explore, and I do think that what Helvis is also saying, maybe push more in the future, try to explore more, not make the most of the minimum. If you're doing that, then probably have to somehow elaborate on this. Anyway, yeah, thank you.
You're getting some critical comments now.
Yes, I will.
Well, I'll switch to a positive one. Look, I agree with Linda that maybe to organizing it almost like small units might not be, it's more like a university dormitory, maybe. But I do like the fact that you provide different types of units, different sizes, normal apartments and small ones. Maybe you could restructure it a bit and you achieve the same. But can you please move on to the last picture you had? That one. Yes. Now, can you just explain what is that structure on the outside, the dark one? What is that?
That was mentioned. Those are actually shafts for pipes, sewage, water, heating, and ventilation. And if you are looking on the plans, for example, we can see those structures over here. Of course, some shafts are put also inside the buildings so that we don't have this horizontal far distances of pipes. So yeah, and this was for this reason I chose to put them on the facades, because for simple maintenance, actually, because in a few months ago, I was going through one staircase and they were cutting through brick walls, and that was one inspiration that came up to me, that they should be easily accessible, and in this case they are like a bit more like a decorative element as well for the facades.
Okay, could you move back onto the same picture again?
Yes.
I mean, as you can see, it becomes quite a prominent feature on the facade. So one could discuss whether it's a good addition or not. But I just want two questions. Well, one thing I'd like to praise, your plan, site plan. I think it's clever the way you organize the buildings, the way you provided outside spaces between the buildings. I think that's very convincing. But there's one thing I'm missing. If you look at this picture here, you see some nice sunny facades facing south, right? On both buildings.
This is like east. Yeah.
It's east, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's morning sun.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but why don't you have any balconies? I've just noticed, I'm looking at your thesis, and some of the reference you have nice balconies in all of them. If you, especially since you're organizing in different units and apartments, and there seem to be the main common rooms facing south, why don't you have balconies, at least some French windows?
Yeah, that was not considered in this project.
So if you could carry on with the project, you would add the balconies?
Especially I think the French balconies would be better choice.
But you wouldn't have a proper balcony sticking out, no?
There would be no problems, but But I quite like the plain wall with some like contrast with the shaft.
You think it's
like
more?
that.
You think it's more important to expose the shaft than to bring out balconies? Sorry, I think going back to the site plan, I think it's very nice. I think where you organise the buildings too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just some words. I also like your planning and composition of the buildings, but I didn't understand exactly what you said about typology. And what means this dormitory? It means that people are coming for the week to the job and living here for 1 week.
Yeah.
And what about families and?
Yeah, they are. As they are low-paid workers, actually, there are actually a lot of young people. They are going working in these factories. So yeah.
Probably this is this new world what you are telling about. That no families, no children, no growth of people in Latvia and so on. No, just work and sleep. Okay, but that was discussed already. I don't go so deep in that, but this is very problematic approach and follow these very simple needs. What is money and so it's very problematic thing. Another my small comment is about these pipes outside. This is a little bit looks like Italy, because in our climate I don't believe that it works without heating. Especially heating in the winter, and then you spend the energy for that, otherwise it will be frozen. Climate change. Okay, that's new world again. Yeah, but think about this in the future. This is very, very, very problematic thing if you are not heating it. Thank you very much.
The pipings, they are actually more than a meter in diameter, so there is a reserved place for insulation. So.
Yeah, isolating is needed, of course.
Yes.
Thank you for the project and thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is again about typology of buildings in Lizums. How it goes together with the environment, since I see also in your site plan, and I checked like in Google Earth, there are private houses in front of this area, and principally Lizums is not like multi-story buildings. Well, there are some Soviet time buildings, but which is just a question, how you feel for Lizums, what typology is more necessary to reconstruct that small-scale city feeling, or still go forward with Soviet-type buildings, which are like, as I know, for example, in those former kolkhoz centers, which are counted as degrading elements of environment and landscape. You are putting three-story buildings. It fits more with those Soviet time buildings. Was that intended like this one to have that following up with this, or it's some new typology in your opinion?
I was looking, first of all, I was looking at the rules, and I tried to take out the maximum of the land plot, and the local rules are saying not more than 3 floors and about 15 meters, I guess it was the maximum, so yeah.
Okay.
And this was the, I tried to take the maximum out of the land plot. And I'm living actually in this village as well, and if we are talking to local people which are living there for decades already, they are also telling that they are missing apartment buildings, there is missing a place to live, and if there are some apartments for sale in this village, they are actually more expensive than in Gulben city. So.
Thank you. Understood. Back to typology. Well, you said more dormitories and some very small and actually inconvenient apartments, because to fit 2 bedrooms in 5 meters, it's a challenge, would say. But if even they are, how do you think how it works if there are like 5 guys living and coming there only for a week, and in next door there are living families, and besides that you said those are for sale. Everything is for sale. Dormitories also.
As I said that. Partly the local companies would also invest, so the local companies would really be interested if their workers could live in those dormitory type apartments. So these dormitories would be owned by the companies, and their workers would live there.
Okay, thanks. And back to rules. Accessibility. Even first floor is you have to climb stairs, and how is we can see on a model there is some kind of relief. So what about the accessibility, and couldn't you do that first floor is on one level with the surrounding like access roads, or it's not possible?
Then it would be then we have to put anyway staircases either outside or inside, so it was really.
Yes, but how to build this building in accordance with rules? In apartment buildings you have to have at least one apartment with all the accessibility.
Okay. Then we could sacrifice the bike storage and put a ramp, I guess, over there. That would be solution.
Okay. And one more question. You told we discussed, we decided. Is that a real project?
Actually, like 10 years ago, there was already some communication between the Siavot and the government, but they didn't develop it completely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Valds. I would say the most thing that I appreciate the most, I guess, is the way you've arranged these cascading volumes down the terrain, and how the trees and how the landscape. I just look at that alone without the other comments that come up. I think that works. However, it's come up a few times today already. It's this question is what is the value proposition that the architect is providing? Now, I do acknowledge, I mean, setting aside the Brave New World comment, I have, because of a lot of traveling I've done, I've had to stay in places like that. In the UK, in London, I've been to Korea, where we have rooms literally 2.5 meters wide. There's a bed, there's a sink, there's a shower, and you stay there a week because you have to work, and then you fly back to your family or your drive. And I also am aware that there are people that drive to Riga on Monday, work, and go back to their families Friday night. So there is a real situation that has to be provided for. But the thing is, as Helvi said, you know, how do you provide for that, but also allow people to enjoy a specific quality of living while they have to actually live in that kind of situation? So it's not just, and I've also seen student dormitories like this where you have 6 bedrooms in one apartment with a key card. You go into your room with your key card, and you have a common area, the kitchen, the living area. So you have this private and public right in the same apartment with many different students. But if we are proposing something like this, I think it's really important is how do you solve those needs or those problems, but with a quality of architecture and experience that doesn't have to be necessarily void of a better living experience for the people that do have to commute and work. And then one other comment, there are many successful projects actually by some very famous architects where they have taken the internal engineering systems of the building and rather than having them in the core, have placed them on the outside of the building. And then that becomes the architectonic solution for the building. So if you do that, you really have to do it in a way so that actually becomes the architecture, so it doesn't look like it's just been added to the facade, but it is the actual system and articulation and tectonics of the building. And so when you do that, you have to really think how that's done so that it works, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll welcome our last presenter, Katrīna Elizabete Onskule, to prepare her presentation.
Una zināmo zinātams kādā līmenī viņi jau iepriekš runātams pārējiem. To nevar uzminēt, tur runātams ar citiem. Otrā pusē. Jā.
Okay, let's welcome Katrīna Elizabete Onskule and to mention her scientific supervisor, Ilze Paklone, doctor in architecture. Please, Katrīna, start your presentation.
Hello. My thesis name is Beyond Light, Sense the Wisdom Found in Shadows. So, we exist in delicate space between light and shadow, where the beauty and fragility of being human unfold. Too often our senses remain bound to the mundane, lost in the pulp of instinct, yet shadows do not merely conceal, they reveal. In their depths we find contrast, mystery, and the invitation to see beyond the ordinary. To embrace our humanity is to recognize that light and shadow are not opposites, but companions, guiding us toward a higher plane of understanding where perceptions becomes wisdom and existence becomes art. Theme of the thesis. This thesis explores the transformative potential of light, shadow, and space within architectural and performative environments. Through an exploration of the interactions between these elements from both theoretical and practical perspective, the research aims to cultivate environments that enhance human perception, encouraging moments of reflection and deeper connection with the delicate beauty of existence. Arcades Park in Riga has been selected as the stage for examining these concepts and the relevance of the theme. Public spaces go beyond their mere physical form. They represent cultural and emotional dimensions, where communities come together and individuals have the opportunity to reconnect with their true selves. The essence of public space is evident, especially in a world filled with bustling cities and constant technological distractions. Through the integration of performative architecture, visitors are invited to interact with the environment in a manner that awakens their senses and fosters contemplation. This transformed environment seeks to encourage people to recognize the beauty of their surroundings and reflect on their role in the world. These are the research questions. How can light and shadow be employed as primary architectural elements to evoke deeper human connections and reflections? What role does performance play in transforming public spaces into sites of cultural and personal significance? And here you can see the structure of my research. I dived quite deeply in theoretical part. My first inspiration was Tanizaki's In Praise of Shadows, and then I continued with the Western views, with the Plato's Republic, where especially the allegory of the cave was where I drew inspiration, and these two Western and Eastern influences shaped my project. Here you can see pictures of 4 of my main inspirations, which also have drawn inspiration by these Western and Eastern approaches. The first great inspiration was James Turrell's Rodan Crater, which is a structure underground and which interacts with the light. And this is where the idea of the cave came in. About the voids, one of the great artists where I found a lot of insight was Eduardo Chelida, and here you can see in the upper right corner one of his works, and he can be described as an architect of the void. About the landscape, there came in the Eastern approach with the Zen garden and how this Zen garden acts as a performative space, and also Tadao Ando's The Church of Light, where Tadao Ando incorporated Western and Eastern approaches to a sacred environment. So, about the site. Like I mentioned, the site is located in Agenskant in Arcades Parks. In the upper left corner you can see the original drawings of the space. where my shadow theater is created. Originally, there stood an open air stage, so I used this space also as a guide. Here you can see some pictures. Arkādijas Park's history goes way back to 18th century when Koolfalds designed the space drawing inspiration from English gardens, and he created beautiful pathways and changed the stream of Mārupīte to create these beautiful spaces. And also this park is interesting with its dune, which is covered with trees, and on top of this dune the shadow theater is located. So about the space. Space is decided to be created in this performative way, starting from the plan. Everything starts with the labyrinth, which is, I think we can better look at the plans right here because there is a bad resolution. Basically, everything starts with the labyrinth, which is incorporated in the landscape, and this represents this how people are lost in the world, and they go into this labyrinth with the intention to find a way out. Then you are welcomed by the entrance portal, and this entrance portal acts as this bridge between sacred and the mundane, and it basically welcomes you in, it pulls you in. Then, when you come in, you are welcomed by the beam of light, which is cast on this wall right here. This beam of light can be seen especially in the mornings, and it acts as this guide for people to go further. Also, when you come in, you see the opening of the well. The next stage for a person is to go way down. You go down into the well, and this represents this act that you need to go down in a way to find your way back. And there is this performative space, which acts as this transformative environment, and it showcases how this performance transcends the mundane. And then after that, you have a way out of this performance into the park. Okay. Now about the main attraction point, which is this shadow theater. This shadow theater is intended to work in 2 floors, and there can be multiple ways how this place is occupied. One way is that the stage is on the bottom, and the viewers are on top, and this creates a different kind of dynamic where viewers are in a power position, and also they are not that deep. They are only in second, like on the second floor, and the performance takes place underneath. The next more deeper layer is when the stage is on top and viewers watch the performers as these gods who stand above them. Then there is also an opportunity to have mixed performance, where performers and viewers are mixed, and also there can be opportunity to watch this performance from the ground floor, where there is 1.50 meters height, and you can peek inside and watch. And also there is this amphitheater, which is this ending stage, and the amphitheater as a representation of democratic knowledge and everything acts as this place where everyone is equal. And then there is this deepest, the most deepest place, which is the well. And also performance can take place there, but that is more intimate, and that is more smaller scale, and yes. And here you can see the BV, and also you can see floor -2 and -3 with the well. And here you can see a picture of the model. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll proceed with your reviewers. Jānis Leineks, doctor in architecture's remarks. He has evaluated your work positively, and the positive qualities of the A part. The analysis of the case studies, James Turrell's Rodin Crater, Eduardo Chilidas in Praise of Light, Tadao's Andos Church of the Light, the Rayon G Zen Garden, and Cedric Price's Fun Palace provided a broad insight into a light and shadow play. The disadvantages. Only 4 visuals from the case studies. And the B part positive qualities are stated. The program, including 2 types of performances, type 1, stage on bottom, and type 2, stage on top performance, transforms environments into experimental narratives. And Jānis has not stated any disadvantages here. So the questions you wrote cited the ephemeral nature of performance heightens its impact, imprinting vivid, often transformative memories on those who experience it. About ephemeral nature, how long performances are intended?
Well, thank you about the question. About the supernal nature, which I wrote, it is more intended to represent that these short periods of performances can act in a major way as transformative events, that these, in comparison to our mundane experiences, these are short terms of time, and how they can impact a person greatly. And about the length of the performances from practical point of view, it completely depends on a troupe that is performing, and and the art piece itself.
And the question about the acoustics. How does the sounds will amplify their meaning in the narrow underground spaces, especially in the confined space of the well?
Well, it's quite. I believe that there would be some here, and also it would make this space more like greater and more sacred, because it's quite an empty space, but it's quite confined. So it means that the sound would be quite impactful.
Yeah, thank you. Let's proceed with the committee comments.
Well, thank you for bringing us to some kind of Greek mythological thing, which reminds me of many things. Regarding the case studies, I do find some similarities between your project and God's project. Well, one course, but still, I would suggest to take some kind of local studies too when you proceed further, We have brilliant Lipkas Memorial with light whale. We have brilliant intention from filmmaker August Sukuts in Keipinen. There are many such kind of projects which reminds of possibilities how to really implement such kind of thing. And regarding that performances, I do think this is one of the example how we can interpret really Greek mythological events like Minotaurs. So I wouldn't see this as a practical project, just as a storytelling object. But one of the critics from my side is that when you're talking about theater of shadows, and the graphics are pretty cool, but I think the next stage could be show real deep shadow and light and the darkness and everything, because now it really does not represent what you're telling. We do have a pretty good imagination, and I do see those dark ambient lights, like for example this one. It really shows more than the plans. So yeah, that's just my comments. I wouldn't ask any questions, just like this.
Thank you a lot for your project. I'm very happy to see Ojārs Vācietis, one of my favorite poets. So I will take a chance to respond to your project with one of Ojārs Vācietis poems. Maybe you know this one. I'm sorry, it's in Latvian. And it goes like this. Ir katra māksla vispirms ieslodzījums, tu esi bezlogaina mūra kazemātā, un tev nav pat naglas, ko mūris krāpēt, un augstais mūris visu laiku atgādina, cik augsts tu būsi neizkļūdams ārā, pie. Simtiem mūžu varētu stāstīt pie kā, bet tev ir tā, kas nav mūrim, tev ir visuma pavēloša dvēsle. And I'm finding this poem extremely beautiful and somehow fitting very much with your project and Ojārs Vācietis surrounding. I know. It's this. It's just this poem. Do you know this poem? Have you?
I did not, and thank you.
But you can really imagine this standing there. So I can just congratulate you by getting something that. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you've certainly chosen a very interesting topic. And it's very much a topic for this year. As you probably know, the Riksdag conference this year is about light matters. And let there be light. This is a Riksdag organized by the school in Riga. In March, I believe it is. Yeah. So this is focused on light. The Gunnar Berkets, he was very concerned about light in architecture. And there's a big exhibition in the National Library right now, open on the 17th, I believe. So you've chosen a very interesting topic, very relevant at the time. And you've given some good examples. You are talking about void, sharp light, cave, performance, landscape, etc. Now you're categorizing in an interesting way. And you're even giving reference like to, for instance, Tadao Ando's Church of Light, as you've seen. Now, but there have been a number of other architects who've been working on light in architecture. And we can think of Ronchamp by Le Corbusier with very deep walls and the way the light comes in. But I'm just wondering, and I can't help thinking about a good friend of mine, a lighting designer in Scotland. He once said, it might be a bit unfair to some professionals, he used to say that the engineers are concerned about the quantity of light and the lux and lumen. Now, the interior designers are more concerned about what the lamp looks like and what light it gives. But architects should be concerned about the quality of light and how you do it. Now, this is what you're bringing about. So I think it's a wonderful topic. The only thing I'm missing is that I wish you had done some drawings showing the effect of the light in different. Yeah, that's exactly that. That's because I mean, that you feel you've done what you have to do, but that would I really put kind of the mark on it. Because that is what is. I've done a lot of lighting design myself. I'm very inspired by lighting designers, and I'm very interested in that. And the effect of it, and it's never the same. You have to relate to the specific place always. And often when you design architecture, always at the back of your mind, what will lighting be like? Both natural lighting and artificial lighting. But thank you for choosing a very interesting topic.
Thank you. Just a final comment. I do think that these projects for the bachelor's thesis or for the master thesis, when you're choosing such kind of philosophical topic, is probably one of the last possibilities where you can do that. In the future, most of you will maybe not be working on real projects. So therefore, I would encourage to explore such kind of topics during those years when they will come up, but still produce more graphics, explore more graphics, make it more experimental. So thank you.
Thank you for your project, and that for me is a very interesting interpretation of this light and shadows topic, and this is one of good results. And I was also a bit surprised that you were trying to make this philosophical topic also in functional schematics, how to these 4 schemes, how to use it probably in reality. And this is also challenging, because it's very big distance sometimes between philosophy and reality, and you're trying to join it somehow. And I like it very much. Thank you very much. Sorry? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, I do not have any questions because I was really fond of listening to your theoretical part, that philosophy. Thank you very much, and just feeling Arcadius Park and the light and sun and yellow leaves, for example, in autumn and so on. And yes, only one small thing. I am also missing a bit of graphical issues, more about that light and shadows, because also your architecture make that shadow and light as itself, as what is above the ground and what is happening under the ground. So yeah, but that's for the next project. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, you referred to Tadandus chapel. Now, let me give you one reference you should look at, and that is a chapel designed by Eros-Harin at MIT in America. It's wonderful because the way there's water running around the outside, and you get the playfulness of the play of the light from, in fact, the water is seen inside the chapel. Okay. But it's all got to do with light. So look up Saarinen Chapel at MIT.
Yeah, thank you, Kata. Yeah, very inspiring. This project's very poetic. So you have the poetics of architecture, and you have the architecture of poetics, and this word philosophy. I sometimes get angry about the word philosophy, because actually, when we don't have to talk about toilets and shafts and dimensions, but we can talk about everything else, then I get really inspired. And I guess the reason for that is because, is it philosophy versus the meaning of architecture? So I think this is provoking discourse on the meaning of architecture, where we go beyond the, as she said in the beginning of her presentation, that space, or how we understand objects, is beyond the visual thing that we see. And so this project is provoking that which is beyond the visual thing we see. But regarding the visual thing that we do see, I agree that these drawings that you did, you could actually do those without any lines, but just drawing what is dark and light, with shadows coming deep into, cutting into spaces. And if you remember when we were in Civita, Orvieto, we went down this 100-meter deep,
Yes.
and the archways, and looking up and looking down, you just draw the shadows, not the lines. Yeah, just for future, yeah, reference to really provoke this poetic aspect of what architecture does, because architecture serves a practical function, but then besides that, what does it do, and how does it engage us? And this project talks about those questions of why we build as architects, yeah, versus as contractors. And yeah, and this also reminds me of the section cut of where you have the different options on how to make the performance. It reminds me of the head of performance. You can actually Google it in YouTube, where it was done in Latvia about, what, 10, 15 years ago. They built the scaffolding was a cube, and the scaffolding went around the perimeter with different windows, so the viewers could look from the windows down to the performers in the square, and then sometimes those performers would mingle with some of the windows, so you didn't know who was the viewer and who was the performer. Sometimes it was clear, sometimes it wasn't clear, and so there was this, and so this space here lends itself to that type of performance, and yes, the theme this year being Light Matters. I'm really glad that it's not an obligatory theme, but I'm really pleased how that connects with this, and also the aspect of dark and light, this spirituality aspect that is in Louis Kahn's work, who is also a master of light and will also be featured at the conference. So I think this is really a relevant project in that context. And yeah, I guess you could say my only critique is that how to render that to get the emotion that this project provokes, to also show it graphically that way. But excellent job. And also one personal thing, I really appreciate, this was a challenge for you. Yes, academically, personally, and congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. We have finished. And what about evaluating?
Yes, okay, just a couple technical things. As the jury decided today that since we have presentations today and presentations tomorrow, for us to really give a fair evaluation, taking into account all the projects, we will be issuing the grades tomorrow at the end of all the presentations, okay? We felt that was, we discussed this, so back and forth, what would be better. We felt that would be much better, rather than splitting you into two groups, because you are one course, right? And we would like to keep you all together. And now we will be now, we will exit to our little private meeting, and we will be evaluating the first half, and then we will obviously come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the second half. So we would, if you can't come for the whole day tomorrow, please come at the end of the day, probably an hour or so after the presentations, so that we can then deliver to you your grades. But I would like to say thank you for what we saw today, and maybe I'll ask Linda to make some closing comments. If you would like. No. Okay, fine. Okay, Linda doesn't want to. So thank you very much, and congratulations. Great job.